up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah.
Hello, good evening. Welcome back to the Sim Shack. It is the 15th of April. It is a Monday, and I am Sim UK, and welcome to you all. We're going to take a look today at the Frostpunk 2 beta. So this is not the full Frostpunk 2 game. That doesn't release until July 25th, 2024. If you pre-purchase the Frostpunk 2 Deluxe Edition, very expensive, you get access to this beta, which is... still not trains, Tez. No, it's definitely not trains. That's coming later this week, buddy. Frostpunk 2, this is Utopia Builder Preview. It's going to give you a taster of what the game is like. Now, if you haven't played Frostpunk before, it's like an apocalyptic, or post-apocalyptic whiteout. Everywhere is covered in snow. Everything is ice cold, and trying to find resources and survive is incredibly difficult. Hey Spike, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you here. This game is really difficult. The first game was fantastic, but incredibly hard. That's all right, buddy. No problem. So we're going to jump in and we're going to see how we get on. So the ambition is locked down to this first option here. Colonization. We're going to establish a food colony, establish a fuel colony, establish a materials colony, and explore the most Frostland territories, 50. The only map we can play on is Windswept Peaks, but there are others. There's Broken Shore, Fractured Gorge, Horizon. And you can change your communities, but again, that's all locked down for this particular beta test, I guess. So let's jump in, let's begin. We've only got 300 weeks to survive. We've got to try and see as much as we can do as possible. Hello, Orb. Frostpunk can be described in one word: grim. Yes, or harsh. I think grim is actually a very good word. I've already fired this up and I've noticed some very different mechanics in the gameplay. I'm not sure if I'm going to take to that or not, because previously we were able to position items in very much have complete control over where things went. That doesn't seem to be quite the case anymore, but I'll give it a bit of time first before I jump to any conclusions. Right, let's jump in. And I have to be quick, I can't sort of hang around. This game will kill you so fast. A new beginning. The end of the world changes people. It changed us. Us, the foragers, natural survivalists, adapted to harsh frostland conditions. The machinists, descendants of groups that built the initial cities and maintained their machinery. We chose you as our steward, to lead the city as overpopulation looms and resources dwindle. We all dream of a better future. What it should look like, this we can't agree on. Tension stirs and radicals rear their heads. Navigating this will be your ultimate challenge. Notice this preview of Utopia Builder mode is capped at 300 weeks, and the city must not fall. The Frostpunk 1 was hard. I suspect already this is going to be a lot harder. It just looks so desolate. There's hardly anything out here. Coal is running out. We have grown numerous over the years and waited too long to strike out. Our coal stockpiles are nearly depleted. We have to colonize the Frostland. But first we located some coal deposits in rough terrain around the city. We must send frost-breaking crews to access them. We need more coal. So I'm just going to pause the game a second, because if I don't, it's going to kill me. So this is the kind of terrain we're working on. This is how unbelievably unforgiving it is. There are things like this, old way stations that you can get access to. I don't know what that possibly gives you. It's probably going to give you some resource or something. We also have iron ore. Over here we have some frozen forest, 90,000 units of wood. And we have some shallow coal deposits here. There may be some deeper in the mountains that I don't know about. And there's also some coal deposits over here somewhere. There's some fertile ground. That's going to help us sort of get more food. Oh, there's the other coal. Very difficult to see, actually. I guess in time you'll sort of learn to pick up on where things are, but yeah, we've got a few frozen forests over here. Forests are useful for building, I imagine. There's another way station there. Not a lot of coal. So a new mechanic is this frost break, where basically you Previously, you literally had to trudge out in the snow and try and set up a new base. It was incredibly hard. Lots of people died just because it was too cold to get from there to there. Now we have Frostbreak. It's like, imagine if you will, the city pays taxes and then I use those taxes to pay people to break through the snow and flatten it out and expand in a particular direction. That's not exactly how it works, but that's how I sort of interpret it. Now I was thinking if we could push this way, we might be able to get to the double shallow coal deposits, but I don't know for sure. When we hit this button, Frostbreak, we have to fill up that circle. You can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, so there's 8 hex squares that we can move. And we have to do 8. I don't think you can do less than 8. At least I haven't figured out how you can do less than 8. So 8 is more than enough to get there. We probably only need 3 or 4 maximum to go that way. 8 might not be enough to go that way. But I'm tempted to go that way because it unlocks the fertile land, which I want access to. So I'm just going to turn that off again. Try and figure out where the fertile land was. This is fertile ground here. So we've already got access to the fertile ground, technically. So let's see if I can get up all the way up there. Looks like I can, actually. That's pretty cool. I'm sure there was some logic in our forefathers building the city on the summit of Mount Everest. Yeah, it does pose a couple of questions, doesn't it? Not 100% sure if we can reach it from there. I think we're bloody close to it. Boom. Okay, I think we're on it. So that takes a bit of time. So whilst that's sort of ticking over and the snow is being... There you go. There's the thing. That's the Frostbreaker. Sorry, no, what's it called? Yeah, the Frostbreaker. But these are the Frostbreaker machines that we use to do this. I thought it was people doing it, but it's not. We've obviously got machines to do it now. I couldn't see it quite so well over here because it's so close and it took like no time at all. So it would just make this area accessible and usable. So I think I've done the right thing there by heading in that direction. We've now got twice the amount of coal and we've got access, theoretically, to the fertile land. So I think that could really help us out quite a lot. So I've got 2 jobs up here I've got to do. Okay, we've done the first one. Now I've got to construct an extraction district on a coal deposit. I'm going to pause again because it's a little confusing sometimes. So is it a district? Yeah, an extraction district. Not a building, but a district. So that would be this one. So if I click on there, you can see I can only build in areas that I've... what's the word? Frostbroken. And by doing that, it does open up more opportunities. I don't think we've got access to both coal mines there. I think we've only got access to one at the moment, but we're very close to the other one, so... Similar to automatons in the first game. To be honest, Orb, I think you'll probably have a better recollection than me. I played the original Frostpunk for hours and hours and hours, but in no way would I class myself as an expert. I just kind of muddled and fuddled my way through it. It's really hard. Every time I failed, I learnt a new lesson, so to speak. And I still feel like I'm on that learning curve. There's obviously in this game, one of the focal points that they're bringing in, one of the key focal point is people and their desire to help shape their future. I'm hoping it doesn't turn into some sort of political mire pit, but I mean it may do. As long as it's sort of within context, I'll be fine with that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how you balance these two people. If I just pause a second here and show you, down in the bottom left hand corner we have the foragers. Their beliefs and desires for the future are slightly different to the machinists. Obviously they want to mechanize everything, whereas these guys want to sort of simplify everything and do it themselves, and you're going to get friction between the two, but I'm sure we can figure it out one way or another. It's just really, really intriguing, really difficult, really challenging. It's no hard and fast rule here. It's all about sort of figuring it out and feeling your way through, I feel. It looks nice though, it looks really good. I seem to remember I could zoom in closer in Frostpunk so that I could see the individual people, but it seems like individual people don't exist in this game anymore. Good, we secured a new source of coal for the generator, but now we need shelter. Without it, people will still freeze to death, regardless how hot the generator runs. The closer to the generator or other shelter, the better. We cannot afford to lose more heat than we have to. Okay. So now I'm going to build a shelter. So let's pause. Your population needs shelter to survive. If not, cold will aggressively rise in the city. Shelter is mainly provided by housing districts, but remember that this type of district demands heat. If the heat demand in the city is not fulfilled, cold will rise, but at a lower rate compared to lack of shelter. In the idea tree, you can find new ways of providing more shelter. Okay. So, where's the idea tree? We've got some stats up the top here. Guard squads, amount of coal, available 50, requirements are 70, output is 120, but we do have a stockpile, maximum stockpile of 30,000 units will be filled in 65 weeks. Okay, so we may have to pay attention to that. We're lacking in goods and materials. We are running a small minor surplus. It looks like we're bang on, actually, rather than running a surplus, but whatever. Food, we're actually running a surplus as well, which is surprising. And just under my camera here, we have shelter. So, available 90, so we're 31 short. What's this last one here that I can't see? Heat surplus 70 and demand is 70. So, we'll have to keep an eye on these things. I don't know where that thoughts tree is. Sure, it will tell me in time. So let me build a housing district, and I'm not sure if a generator proximity plus 5 heat. What happens if I put it over here then instead? I'll build it there. Build it there. So that would be smog and squalor, so it makes sense to build it over here, close to the heat source. Try and make it does look very pretty. And one thing I read earlier, which was probably popped up somewhere but I missed it, is that each of these districts, so to speak, can only be so big. So the heat from this generator only stretches so far. So you will have to create new ones periodically as you grow and expand, which is quite interesting. Don't know how far out there we can go. I'm guessing it's sort of like the first one. We're going to be restricted to just this area, but you never know. You never know quite what they're planning for this one, I guess. I'll be surprised if I can last the full 300 weeks. Because everything is against us, basically. So I've got to construct 2 housing districts, not paying attention. Let's get a second housing district. Okay, let's try and work towards the area where the coal is and reduce the distance that people need to travel to work and such. So that's about halfway through. That's going on. Speed up time just for this bit. A little message pops up here. Area effects. Pay attention to where you construct districts, as area effects may give them additional positive or negative effects. Area effects are caused by environmental circumstances, the natural layout of the land or surface on which the district is constructed, or by proximity to other districts. Area effects are applied when a specific number of district tiles are located within it. While building any district, a tooltip will provide information about whether your current construction has any area effect applied. For example, it's good to place housing districts near the central district and near other housing districts to benefit from more efficient heating. So that's what we did. On the other hand, it's better to avoid building housing or food districts near extraction, since toxic air from extraction will negatively affect the districts. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was saying, or previously, if you haven't seen Frostpunk 1, like that building there, I would have been able to place that one building anywhere I wanted. But now it feels like it's almost like you're painting in the houses, or the area where the houses will appear, and then the game itself is putting the houses in where it sees fit. That's a very big change to the original game, and I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to like it or not. It feels a little bit detached because of that, but we'll see. There may be more things we can do as we progress, and you know, it might work out better in the end. I don't really know how it's going to work out. So that's 2 housing districts built. Scraping the barrel. With heat from the generator and shelter for everyone, we're safe from the cold for now, but as the city grows, it will not be enough. The machinists and foragers have different opinions on how to improve the city further. We need a place to develop ideas for the future. Expand a housing district to provide more space for advanced buildings and build a research institute. Okay, so I'll expand this second district, and I'm going to pop it there. Again, trying to reach out as close to the coal as I can. Oh, I see, I've got to fill the thing, so I've got to do... Let's do 3 sections there. So I've done that. I need to come in here on the Research Institute and put it... Oh, they're still expanding. They're still expanding that area. So maybe I have to wait a minute. You can construct buildings in districts if there's an empty building slot available inside them. Buildings have their demand and output, which are added to the already existing economy of a district. Buildings can improve base output of a district, for example, provide more food or reduce problems directly, squalor or crime. Initially, you don't have many buildings available for construction. However, the Research Institute is a building that is always available from the very beginning of the game. It provides you with access, that's how you get access to the idea tree, an accumulative bonus to research speed. Developing new ideas is essential to the invention of new technology and new buildings. Be mindful of who is conducting the research, as ideologies of specific groups will influence the results of their work. They will come forth with a special variant of a building aligned with their views. Okay, interesting. It's an interesting concept. A little bit like Sim City. Do you mean the original one, Spike? Painting a zone. Oh, I see what you mean, guys. Yeah. Yes. I guess so, yeah. That kind of makes sense, yeah. And it seems to work okay for those games, so maybe I'm just jumping the gun and being a bit negative unnecessarily. So where can I put this blasted thing? Oh, every time I click on that, it pauses. Okay, so that's... So the expansion is done. I have to put it here. There's nowhere else it will let me put it. Like, oh, hang on. No, yeah, it's definitely got to go there. For whatever reason, that's where it's going to go. Also got these squares popping up. What does that mean? Absent workforce. Unresolved problems in a city can make part of its workforce absent. Those workers are temporarily excluded from your workforce. So 24 more people sick and unable to work in the city. So if there's like a flu pandemic or something. There are two main types of absences. Sick. The number of sick workers increases proportionally to how high disease currently is. These people will only rejoin the available workforce once decreasing disease in the city. Right, okay. Injured. The injured will rejoin the available workforce over time. You may encounter other types of absence in the city due to various events and decisions that you make. Gosh. Okay. You can see that building. The idea center is being built. Why is it telling me to go here? What does it want? It still seems to be encouraging me to build a research institute, but we've done that. It's on the build. Security for the future. Stockpiling. Steward, we are extracting more coal than we currently need to provide adequate heat to the city. That's good. As such, we have begun to stockpile the surplus. At the moment, we have ample storage space left. However, this space will eventually be filled and any additional coal will be left out in the elements, rendering it worthless. If we do not wish to lose surplus, we should build more depots. There are different types of depots for various resources. You can construct them in any districts that have empty building space. I see. So, same thing again. I'm guessing I have to... Can I click on this and expand it? Yeah, can. So we've almost linked those two up. Is that good or bad? Sure. So I can see why I couldn't expand further out into the snow because I haven't frost broken that yet. Right, research idea tree. We need new ideas to move forward. However, different communities may propose diverging answers to the same issue. They will only pursue solutions that align with their worldview. Choosing a community to develop an idea will improve your relations with that community. Okay. So. So we seem to have two sides of this square. It implies that there are people coming to fill that zone, so it doesn't feel quite as good as the first. You expanded when more survivors came. That's a fair point. Although, I mean, don't forget that we did have 30 less homes than we had people. But I'm not quite sure what the numbers look like at the moment. So you could be making a very valid point there. So we've got two sides of this square. We've got survival progress. We will build machines to carve our place in ice. We will improve ourselves with technology. We will rip resources from the frozen earth to sustain everyone. We will bend nature to our will and we will thrive. Okay, so that's an extreme viewpoint there. What's the other one? Fighting against the cold is futile. We will not give in to the hubris of machines. The frost makes steel brittle. We will adapt, even if it means sacrifices. So these guys are like wanting us to adapt to the cold conditions and learn how to live with it. And these guys are like, basically, we will tame Mother Nature. So does that mean everything this side is this society and everything this side is the The other society? Oh, I see. Okay. So we've got survival elements, economy elements, and societal elements. Survival. So we've got sawmills, but we don't yet have... Oh, I see. So sawmills has an adaptation option and a progress option. So I don't want sawmills though. I want coal. Right, so I click on coal mine. Hang on, I'm not entirely sure what button I'm supposed to be clicking on here. So with the forager's idea is to create a dust coal mine. Requires an extraction district with a coal deposit. Mining operation where residue coal dust is sucked up and compressed into briquettes to make maximum use of resources. That actually makes quite a lot of sense. Disease is slightly increased and 20 material demand. So it's going to cost us an extra 20 in materials, but we'll get an extra 150 coal output. So that's not bad. Whereas the machinist guys, requires an extraction district with coal deposit. Operation using grinding machines to churn through coal seams quickly, leaving heaps of slag behind. So that requires an extra 300 workforce. It's going to produce 180 coal, which is more than the other one. But it's going to increase squalor and 60 materials. So this requires less materials and disease is slightly increased, whereas squalor is vastly increased here. So I'm going to go on this occasion with the foragers. It's going to take 15 weeks to develop that. Okay. People of your city form communities, groups of people united by a common outlook and background. You can view any of your communities by clicking on their image in the bottom center of the screen. Under the community name, you can find information regarding your relations with a specific community. Your relations with each community will impact your overall trust. Under the community description is a list of actions you can perform with that community. Those actions can greatly improve your city's situation, but they can also change your relations with that community for better or worse. Alright. So. Still low on goods, but everything else seems to be heading in the right direction. Coal is actually a little lower than I was expecting. As the cold problem in our city continues to worsen, we must take action to protect our citizens. In these harsh conditions, people need a roof over their heads and enough heat to warm their homes. Is the generator powerful enough to heat the city, or do we need to extract more fuel? If our current methods aren't enough, we should consider alternatives. Cold has risen to a concerning level. Right. So, we're researching the coal mine now. It's going to take 54 weeks. And then we've got to construct the building up here somewhere. But people are freezing cold already. So, why? Because 1 minute ago they were telling me how fantastically well we were doing. Is it because it's just got colder? Minus 20 degrees C, calm weather. Population is 8,000. You gotta wonder, where are these people coming from? Different ideas. Oh, okay. A small crowd gathers outside of the new research institute, arguing how to exploit the last coal veins. The machinists want us to learn, yes, but they would never display such discord in the captain's heyday. You have to choose who to entrust with developing their idea. I will make my decision now. Coal mines. I've already done it. I've made my decision. Done. No, don't care. Council current research. Hopefully that's answered their question, but I'm not entirely sure. So that's being expanded still. So what can I do? We used to be able to turn up overdrive, increases the generator's output by 40%, but strains it in the process, can be turned on safely for 30 weeks. So does that boost warmth? Difficult to tell who's warm and who's cold. Living space available to your citizens increases cold when lacking. Right. But we have got housing, right? Yes. We have 14 more than we need. So, I mean, maybe it's a good idea to put another housing district in now. Sort of get ahead of the curve, so to speak. Again, try and keep it close to everything else so that we get that warmth bonus. So we've got plenty of housing now, which should theoretically enable us to grow without too many issues. People are cold. Where is my cold rating? Cold. Absent, stable. Okay. Hunger, absent and stable. Squalor is absent and stable. Disease is absent and stable. Crime is minor. Increased by goods scarcity. So I need to try and get some goods in because we are limited on goods. Not entirely sure how to do that just yet, but we'll no doubt stumble into that direction. The only other thing I can build at the moment, it looks like, is a food depot. Oh, I see. So I can build a food depot, a fuel depot, a goods depot, or a materials depot. So I would like to build a goods depot. That could really fix the one problem we've got. So it requires 100 workforce, 150 heat stamps, output 30,000 goods, stockpile capacity. Oh, that's stockpile capacity. So that's not quite so good. Materials depot. Fuel depot. So that would give us 30,000 coal, stockpile capacity, and 30,000 oil. So I think we're going to have to put a fuel depot up here once this expands. Oh, I could do it already, look. Okay, I'm going to do that because they did sort of say that we're going to run out of places to put coal and then we'll waste it. We certainly don't want that. Hello, Crazy Pete. Looks promising. You're not a huge fan of the bright UI. You love the dark theme in the first game. Yeah, I suppose it is a bit more vibrant this time. Well, the centre of it is, anyway. The further we get up here, the less sort of... Well, I don't know, actually, you're quite right. It is a bit brighter. What are your thoughts on the placement of buildings and the growth of... what the hell is that thing? A massive walking thing. Yeah, what do you think about the expansion of how... housing and buildings and stuff? Any thoughts on that yet? Oh, we're really close to that forest. These 45 weeks left. Shall I speed things up? That is a long time. 45 weeks, bearing in mind that I can only play 300 weeks maximum. Right, I think we've got it. Trust is located below the tension meter at the bottom of the screen. Trust shows how much confidence people have in you as the steward of the city and in your decision making. It mainly consists of your relations with all communities and factions. However, your decisions and actions may also influence your overall trust. Be careful. If your trust runs out and you become despised among your people, the populace might want to dispose you and strip you of the steward position. That's happened to me many times in the first game. You can improve your overall trust by increasing your relations with communities and factions. This can be done by using various community actions in their corresponding community panel. Try clicking on community portraits at the bottom of the screen to see what you can do for them. Otherwise, trust can be increased by signing certain laws or fulfilling promises made in negotiations. Okay. So I think we're all right here. 49% and 51%. I think we're doing okay. So I've got to construct the new building. So if you come into buildings, go to extraction, dust coal mine. Again, it sort of dictates where I can put that. So that's not going to take too long to build. That's going to increase the amount of coal that we're producing. There's also another coal deposit over here somewhere, unless I've accidentally destroyed it. So I could use some frost breaking and come down this side, but yeah. I'm wondering if I accidentally destroyed both bits of coal. One of the problems is when you're frost breaking, you can't really see where the resources are per se. Unless we've tapped into both. It says here, coal remaining 425,000, which is 403 weeks, so that's all of this playthrough. But there were 2 coal deposits up here. A place to settle differences. With the new mine, we have enough coal output to last us a while. Yet differences between communities remain. Even under the previous leader, plans have existed to establish a council to settle such differences. More pressing problems always delay them. The time has come, Stuart. The people want a say in how the city is run. We need a council. You're not sure yet. A change in that is nice. It always was a bit clunky. Okay, that's fair enough. But you haven't seen enough of the game yet to have an opinion yet. Yeah, that's also fair. With the UI, you meant that the menu on top and bottom, not really the snow, but now that you mentioned it, it's a bit brighter too. It might be because the rest is so bright. Yes. Yeah, I sort of... yeah, I didn't really convey that very well, but I did understand what you meant. I mean, it's all white and glossy and stuff. I can't remember what it was before, but yeah, it feels like it's polished and new. It's got that sort of Apple brand about it, sort of thing, if you will. Right, what was I going to do? Construct the new central council hall. So I can put the council hall right in the middle. And what's interesting about that is there was something there already. So does that mean that we've just knocked down some houses in favour of this building? I mean, how does that work exactly? Oh, look at shelter. We've still got 34 houses more. Or 34... Well, it's not houses, is it? I'm trying to make the numbers add up here. So we've got 59 foragers demanding shelter and 62 machinists. So by my calculation, that's 121. So we've got 121 buildings. The population is 8,000. So how many people are living in each of these accommodations? I'm not sure I quite understand this in relation to shelter. I'm a little confuzzled about the numbers there. Right, so I've enacted a new law. Oh no, sorry, I've built the council hall. I've now got to enact a new law, so let's pause a second. How do I enact a new law? For a successful vote in the council. So I feel like turn the overdrive off because we don't want it to explode. Done that before. Ah, there we go. Okay. First council session. People cheer as the gates of the council open. It feels like a piece of the world lost to the frost has been regained. The people are hopeful to have their voices heard, while the machinist and foragers clash about our survival strategy. Neither has a firm stance on economic or social issues. However, many in their ranks do, though they keep to the shadows for now. To pass any law in the council, you will need the majority of delegates to support it. Open the session. In the first game, the menus and other screens were black with a dark background with light text. Now it's the other way around. You prefer the dark background. It's easier on the... Yeah, absolutely. Especially late at night. Yeah, that's a good point, Pete, actually. Maybe, hopefully, in the menu, they'll allow you to switch between the two. That's a really valid point you've raised. Oh, this is nice. Look at this. It's quite an impressive building there. The council. People of the city sent 100 delegates to represent them. Your role as steward is to propose laws that will be put to a vote. However, communities have different outlook on many things. You may have to negotiate or pressure them to get enough support. I see. So I can click on... So we have three options: survival, economy, and society. So if I click on society, we appear to have three subsections: care, family, and crime. At present, I believe, there are no common rules. There is a variety of practices regarding funeral rites. No effects. Alternative policies are ceremonial funerals. Trust lost resulting from deaths is decreased. Harvesting funerals, disease is slightly decreased. Research speed is slightly increased. So the fact that disease is slightly decreased would kind of offset what we've done with the coal dust mine. So that might bring us to back to an equilibrium. So that's not a bad one to choose. Childhood. There are no rules that define who is responsible for the care and education of children. Some are well cared for whilst others are neglected. Why? Family apprenticeship. Percentage of active workers is slightly increased and research speed is slightly increased as well. Heat stamps income per capita is slightly decreased. So that sounds like all positives there, that one. I feel like the care is favourite at the moment. Right, so now we've got welfare, citizenship and labour, and this comes under economy. No basic necessities. Basic necessities are customarily provided without compensation, but practices can differ from place to place. So paid essentials. Heat stamps income per capita is increased. Resource production efficiency is slightly increased, and trust will rise. So heat stamps income is kind of like tax, I think. Resource production efficiency is slightly increased. So that seems quite decent as well. Which is interesting, because you're giving stuff away for free, if I understand that correctly. Yeah, I like this screen. Yeah, I'm with you, Pete. Totally get where you're coming from. I'll have a look in a second and see if there's a light or dark option in the menus. Whilst you played the first game, you often actually felt cold. I hope this one gives me that feeling too. It was great. You almost wanted to turn the heater on, even when it was shorts and t-shirt. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. Get you. So contagion prevention. This could be interesting. Right, this says disease is decreased. This could be even better than the other one. But tension is slightly increased. That's if you wear an infection badge. Oh, I don't like the idea of that much. And it also supports quarantine. Anyone who's got a disease is significantly decreased. I mean, it works, but it doesn't seem very nice. Citizenship. There are no clear rules at the moment, but we can allow productive outsiders. Population growth is marginally increased. Heat stamps income per capita is marginally increased. Population growth is increased. Okay, that sounds okay. No common rules. Presence. That's a difficult one to read. Dowen Clownin, thank you for the follow. So we can community service, expedition support. Exploration time is decreased, so you're still going to have explorations. Okay, that's good. City development effort, materials output per capita is increased. Service exemptions, heat stamps income per capita is slightly increased. Heat demand is slightly decreased. Okay, that sounds all right. Let's have a look in survival. What do we got here? Food additives. Forage additives. Food output per capita is slightly increased. Food production efficiency is significantly increased. Goods. Mass-produced goods. Goods production efficiency is significantly increased. Goods demand capacity is marginally decreased. We could go for that one, actually, because the one thing we are struggling with is the number of goods. So I'm going to go with this. Oh, I have to pick one? Oh, I see. The people are divided, and the people are divided on both. It's not going to be an easy win either way, but in order to overcome scarcity, we will organise our production lines to increase goods production. I think we're going to go for that one. Bomb. Pose. 438, hesitant 37 against 25. At the moment, I am tolerated. So, I have an option here to pressure the hesitant delegates, which will sway them towards supporting the law. The more trusted you are, the more effective this will be. Hesitant delegates will be more likely to vote for the law, but relations within all communities will worsen, so I don't want to pressure people. So at the moment we have at the moment we potentially have enough people to vote on it, but maybe we negotiate, see what happens. Negotiations, let's have a look-see here. Not all laws you propose will have widespread support. You can negotiate to have a better chance of a vote passing. After choosing a group to negotiate with, you can choose what to promise them in exchange for voting along with your proposal. Okay. That includes actions such as enacting a law that they desire, building or destroying a special building, or using an action toward a particular community or faction. Oh, okay. Making a promise in negotiations will make all hesitant delegates in chosen community vote for the proposed law. That's interesting. Additionally, some delegates who are against the law will also switch sides. Okay. The same logic applies if you want them to vote against the law. Factions are more monolithic and will not engage in negotiations about laws that are against their worldviews. Okay, so bit of a gamble. Negotiate with... I can negotiate with the machinists or the foragers. It's pretty close. Let me just think about this a second. I want to convince those who are against it to vote for it. So I assume I need to negotiate with the foragers and try and encourage them to what I want them to do. And I want them to vote for. Okay, I want them to vote for, and what I will do in return is what? Fund projects beneficial to their community. The larger their population, the more heat stamps required to fund them. Expedition support. Exploration time is decreased. Everyone must aid expeditions by helping them prepare for their journeys. Worker shifts. So, weather adjusted shifts. To protect worker health, workplaces must adapt working hours to the weather conditions. Heat demand is slightly decreased. Disease is slightly decreased. And resource production efficiency is slightly decreased. I'm quite happy with that, because that helps us with the disease issue that we created earlier. I got it right. Fantastic. That's very good. You enjoy how I'm being comprehensive about going over stuff and giving my thoughts about it. Well, thank you. It's very interesting. The look of this game so far is great. You're enjoying some of the differences, like a council vote rather than an autocratic only your voice matters with the laws. Yes, I think that's quite good. It definitely adds a new element to proceedings. We were just thinking that as well. You only hope they don't make it too complicated, but it seems interesting so far. Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of a learning curve, but it's not too bad. I mean, this seems to be quite straightforward. I'm going to go with worker shifts, because I actually agree with them. I think, you know, in these terrible conditions... Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's much better. In terrible conditions, I think we want less people to be ill, so let's vote. I'm ready to vote. 75-4. We're required 51. We're getting a round of applause.
The delegates have spoken.
The law has been passed. That's kind of cool. Just the fact that we're all clapping and... I mean, that gave me a real feel-good vibe right there. That felt kind of real. I like that. Standing ovation almost. Right, into the future. The new law has been agreed on. Good. There are challenges ahead. Improving coal extraction is a success, but the vein will only last so long. I'm still not sure if I've got 2 veins up there like I should have, or whether I've accidentally destroyed one. I don't see how I could have destroyed one, but you never know. We need to explore the Frostland for a permanent source of fuel. A permanent source of fuel. That's the first step in our colonization effort. What are we talking about? Oil? If we don't take it, the city will have no future at all. This concludes the onboarding task in this preview. Remember, you can always consult the tutorial. You need to reach beyond your city to not only survive, but to thrive. The logistics district opens up access to the Frostland. Aha! By exploring and exploiting the world outside the city, you can provide your people with nearly everything they need. You can switch between the Frostland and the city by clicking on the button in the top right hand corner. Okay. Right, well that definitely is going to change things. Build logistics district in place of one of the way stations on the city's outskirts. got one there. That's a long, long way away. There's one there. That's a little bit closer. I think that would be easier to get to. It'll also possibly give us access to iron ore. Maybe even as far as the forest. So I'm tempted to go this way. There's one up here, but that really is a long way away. But I think we could reach it. Excuse me. I think we could reach it, and then we'd have all of this wood available. Or frozen forest, which I presume is going to be wood. Have to establish a food colony, a fuel colony, and a materials colony. And explore most Frostland territories. Research weather-adjusted shifts. Oh, I've got to do that. Okay, well, let's do that now. Click on this building. Nope. Click here. Worker shifts. Right, so we want to protect worker health. Workplaces must adapt working hours to the weather conditions. There we go. Develop that idea. Takes 10 weeks. Right, so that's on the go. I'm quite keen, actually, to go this way. Although that isn't going to get us access to the iron ore. Have a look and see where we start from. We could go up and across and out. I think that's worth a try. So I didn't get to the wood. I'm not sure if I got to the iron ore either, but we're heading in that direction, so we can always expand out this way. It's not too bad. I mean, this is right on our doorstep, so that's not exactly a major concern. Also quite close to the housing district, so maybe keeping things away from there for the time being is a good idea. So I'm assuming that a permanent source of fuel has got to be oil. Wind, maybe? Wind, possibly. Right, so that's an old way station. So now we need to construct a logistics district here. Back towards the city. It's going to take a little while. And then that will allow us to head out this way. I was wondering whether or not we'd be able to do that. In the last game, I seem to remember you could explore outside, but you didn't really expand outside so much. It's been a while since I played, so correct me if I'm wrong. It's looking interesting. Right, how are we doing for housing? Yes, we still have a surplus of 34. How are we doing for goods?
Technicians are on their way.
Unfulfilled at the moment. But we did just pass a law to boost things. What's this? Sue Miller, aged 12, or Sue Miller, who lives at 12 Street Urchin. No, Sue Miller, who's aged 12, she's a street urchin, looking for trouble. Cindy's pa went and got her a governess, like she's going to be a duchess or something. Not on our watch. We roughed up the little bitch, all right. Ferguson boys will learn this too. If they try and wife us again tonight, we'll pull razors and say we'll cut out their eyes. It'll be good fun. Right, I see what's... I think I get the idea here. The lack of law regulating childhood is causing tension to rise throughout the city. Fair enough. But what we want is a proper rumble, short blades only. Come on, who wants to play? Okay. So, don't know if we can, how often we can call a council meeting. Perhaps only when the game allows me to do so, I'm not sure. Stockpiles depleted. Steward, our initial stockpiles of food have run out. Our current output will satisfy some of the demand, but problems will mount over time. We must expand our districts or establish new ones to provide more supply, otherwise the city and us will suffer. Expand or build new districts to get more food. Right. So, food district. So that makes sense. Okay. So that's housing. We've got dense housing over there. Now, nuggets. There was fertile land there, wasn't there? Fertile ground. There we go. So if I click on that, maybe not that one because it's got a negative connotation, but these two, oh dear. So I didn't really think ahead enough there. There was fertile land there that I wanted to use, but I didn't think about the negative impact of the smog from this lot. Okay, so I'll put some food district down just to increase the amount of food that we're producing. Then maybe I need to do a goods district. There is no such thing as a goods district. Plus we're running out of heat stamps, so I can't really buy much more. Air transport hub. Reduces workforce requirement in all neighbouring districts. Sure, I understand what that is. Scour the Frostland. Our logistics district is ready and Frostland team stand by for orders. Frostland exploration is now available. Okay. Whoa, look at this. What's this one? Just around the river bend, we followed a petrified river up through the forest and spotted a sharp bend north of here. Could be an indicator of an underground resource, likely oil or gas. I see. Well, hopefully that's where we built it. It's bloody not though, is it? Where did I build it? So I went this way, and I talked about going this way. It turns out this way is where the oil is likely going to be. Promise to foragers kept. The foragers are delighted you kept your word. They now look upon your rule more positively and consider you a leader with integrity. Good. Because you kept your promise to research weather-adjusted shifts, relations with foragers has improved and trust has risen. Alright, can I send someone there anyway? Right, launch an expedition in this direction. Quiet lowlands nestled between hills or mountains, offering some respite to travellers amidst the rugged terrain, present little challenge for exploration. It's a safe territory. It's fast to chart, few Frostland teams required. Possible findings are high. I presume that means high. Oh, coal. Launch expedition. It's going to take 18 weeks and 4 days and require 10 Frostland teams. Okay. Right, I think that's done. So the food colony is now built. That's producing 60 food. Crime. Crime. Crime increases with your population. More people means more troublemakers. Lack of goods also intensifies the problem, as impoverished people will commit acts of crime out of desperation. There are many ways to combat crime that can be found in the idea tree, but making sure that demand for goods is satisfied is also a valid way to combat it. High crime increases tension and reduces population growth. Crime also causes various recurring events, which include death or injury, tension increase, or citizens joining factions out of desperation. Okay. So, Central District is producing 15. That's not enough. In fact, materials are scarce. So, process resources used for industry and maintenance. Without them, the harsh conditions will deteriorate our infrastructure and increase squalor. To increase materials output, extract them from frozen forests or iron ore, chart the frostland or pass laws. So I kind of need to get the frozen forests operational as fast as I can, I think. Rexdale, 45, entrepreneur, returning from the city approach trail. A profitable day. First couple were all rags and bones, useless, but then there was this woman with real ruby earrings. Ought to cover the arrival fee, I said. The wife will love those. Next was a bunch of strong fellas. I sent them straight to Elaine's place. She'll wring them dry before I get home. Lately there's been less of them. Maybe word is getting around. Got to take advantage while it lasts. The lack of law regulating outsiders is decreasing population growth. Okay. Starting to pile up, isn't it? There's like a whole host of things going on all at once. But I don't quite know how to call council. Requirements not met. Requires an active council hall. Why don't we have an active council hall? It's an interesting question. Ah, there we go. Council. Voting is in 5 weeks and 4 days when I can put a new law in. The Research Institute is idle. Right, what can we do here? So, society. Nothing. Economy. Nothing. So all we can work on are survival elements. Hang on, unless... Oh, okay. It's just too far up. New opportunities open, and fortune, as always, will favour the bold. Let the best of us soar and elevate everyone with them. The old world died with all of its inequalities. Nobody should lay claim to vital resources, and in the frost all resources are vital. Alter the city, and the city shall care for all equally. Ooh, socialism or basic economics. Yes, that is an interesting one. What have we got here? The world has changed, but not the people. The tried and true old social order kept us together in the past. It will keep us together still. Tradition will give us solid foundations on which to rebuild society. Okay. If we are to survive, we can't remain chained to old social order. Logic and reason will lead us to values that will best enable us to survive and thrive. It's a new world. We need a new society. It's an interesting argument. Kind of lean towards tradition. What about survival? What have we got here? Logistics bays. What does this do? Logistics bay storing and handling only essential survival gear and providing training on how to use it efficiently. So that's for Frostland teams. Hot houses, I seem to remember them from the previous game. Industrial-sized hot houses where organic waste ferments in large vats, fertilizing revolving shelves of crops. That would be good for food. Industrial-sized hothouse where chemical nutrients are injected into tubs of crop. See, I don't like that so much. I prefer the more natural bio-waste maneuver. Waste heat conversion. We will redirect excess heat from industrial machines to housing districts and infrastructure, increasing the heat available to the city. That seems like reasonable. The excess heat produced by industrial machines will be re-injected back into the machines to allow them to operate at a higher capacity. More towards the heat recycling idea on that one. Advanced coal mines. Oh, that's interesting. Sawmills. I think this is probably where we need to go. Massive sawmill in which frozen wood is cut into usable material without undergoing any treatment, speeding up the process but exposing people to mold spores and fungi. That's not a good idea. A massive sawmill loading frozen wood directly into mulching machines that separate usable materials from waste byproducts. Squalor is significantly increased and it has a 60 heat demand. Takes 15 weeks. Well, neither of those are particularly good, are they? That's going to produce a lot more materials, and although it increases squalor, I think we'll go down that route because we need to start getting some goods in here. If we don't start getting goods, people are going to, I think, struggle. Stay on the straight and narrow, so to speak. Right, so I thought I had established a food colony. It's a food district, not a food colony. Okay. So perhaps the colony is outside here. We send someone this way? No, we don't have enough resources. We need 10 Frostland teams, and apparently we don't have 10 Frostland teams. Can I frost break this way? So very close, but not quite all the way there. But it now possibly opens up this frozen forest rather than this one. I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure how I tap into that yet. Okay. So I wonder, that's in our realm. Do I have to do... I was thinking I could do a little bit here and a little bit over here, but it turns out in order to access all of these, except for that one, let's do a full thing, so Let's just hope I'm going in the right direction. Frostpunk 2, didn't know there was such a thing. It's not out yet. This isn't the full game. This is the beta. The full Frostpunk game comes out on the 25th of July 2024. This is the Utopia Builders preview. So it's not part of the campaign. It's kind of like a skirmish mode almost, where you can just get to grips with how the game works, see the mechanics, and understand a little bit more about how it all works. That's the idea anyway. So how are we doing with the... Where was the research building? I thought it was that one. Sawmills. Okay. Sawmills, I think, is the right way to go here. Probably not going to be very nice for these houses, but once we've got that clear, then it's a good expansion opportunity as well. I'm fairly confident it's going to work out. We'll see. Feral children. It's children again. Steward. 5 children are dead and dozens lay wounded after 2 large youth gangs met for what they called a rumble. Most of the children were armed with knives. The fighting escalated to a full-scale battle. As the parents of the deceased mourn, many insist these children should not have been left unattended. Indeed, many backstreet alleys seem to be overtaken by uncared-for youth. Some areas are beginning to be dangerous even for adults. I will solve the issue. The 5 children died at a rumble. That's going to affect my trust. And I think the temperature's just changed. To be ready for temperature changes, keep an eye on the weather timeline located in the top right of your screen. Temperature changes are represented by thermostat icons. When hovering over them, they show when, in weeks, the change will happen. When temperature drops, heat demand increases in districts that demand heat. When temperature rises, heat demand decreases. Stockpile fuel like coal or oil in resource depots to be ready for temperature changes. Otherwise, the cold may increase disease and eventually lead to deaths among your citizens. Beside temperature changes, be aware of whiteouts. Those are weather anomalies that introduce severe and punishing conditions. They are represented by wind icons on the weather timeline. Okay. So, cold is absent and stable. Resources extremely increased by food scarcity and material scarcity. Somehow I need to get more food produced. Food. So there's nothing in the food section that I can build at the moment. Food district. Demand 50 materials, so need something that produces materials. I think until we've got the sawmills, I don't think we can really do anything. I feel a little bit choked. 2 weeks and 1 day till we get the sawmills. Hopefully that's it. Too bad the preview's only available for a week. Might have been tempted to get the deluxe version, but I don't have much free time this week. Yeah. I'm not sure how much. I mean, you've only got 300 weeks anyway, so I'm a third of the way through. You know, I don't feel like 300 weeks is a massive amount of time. Not more. Growing hunger. Steward With hunger becoming a pressing concern, you must find practical solutions to address the growing food shortage and ensure people are fed. We either can think about improving methods of growing food in the city or look for more sources of it. Exploring new territories can enhance our possibilities in that matter. Hunger has risen to a concerning level. Build food districts, research buildings, or search the Frostlands to fight it. Yeah, but the thing is, I need materials. If we don't have materials, I can't build more food production zones. Almost there, though. 0 weeks and 0 days left. So we now have mechanized sawmill, but can't build it yet because I've got to build. What have I got to build? An extraction district. Aha! Blast. I can't get close enough to that. So if I build it here, I think I'll be able to get access to pretty much, not all of it, but a large chunk of it. It won't affect the people who living here, so I'm going to go down that route for now. Maybe that fertile land can come into play a bit more. Is there any more fertile land? I thought I saw another piece somewhere. He doesn't tell me what these are, which is a little frustrating. Is that it there? Is that fertile land? It is. That's really awkward, isn't it? It's not in the most accessible place. So I would need to frost break all the way up to there. God, look at this. It's starting to drip down and drain down. So crime, hunger and squalor are starting to become a big problem. Right, we're going to just have to go for another food district. Purely because... Oh no, you're not going to let me. Why not? Is it because I'm already building one? Or is it because I don't have enough resources? So this could be catastrophic. Because I didn't get resources quick enough, we may run out of food. Just have to hope that I've done this in the right order quick enough to make this work. Right, building, extraction, mechanized sawmill. Building it. So... materials, available is 135. Demand is 220. So will that one thing be enough is the question. That'll boost the food by 60. So that'll fix that problem. So it all comes down to how much wood we can get out of this frozen thing here. Right, so that's fixed that. So we're now in a surplus of 95. That's huge. It's a huge transition. Not quite sure how long it's going to take before we have enough resources to fix this problem. 474.86. Maybe I just need to build more, I'm not sure. Okay, new law. So, society. Oh, there's a new one popped up. Rule. There's nothing there. They're all locked. Okay, so let's go society, childhood, mandatory school. I think that's a good idea. Mandatory to guarantee that all children have the skills and knowledge needed in the city. We will establish a mandatory school program supported by the city. Or all children must work alongside one of their relatives so that they learn their trade and continue the family tradition. Since the people are divided, but weirdly they're divided on both. Small step towards tradition, small step towards reason. That's got a negative element. Heat stamps income per capita is slightly decreased. So we're going to basically spend taxes is what we're doing. This kind of has like a double positive. I wonder if I can change that at a later date. I feel like children in the workplace, though, is possibly a dangerous thing. Let's go for mandatory schools. Propose. Negotiate. Let's negotiate with the machinists. I want them to vote for. In return... Ooh. In return, I can either let the machinists choose the next law to be voted on in the council. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll get it through, but they just get to pick what it is. They want us to demolish the dust coal mine. I'm not doing that. They want us to get rid of the weather-adjusted shifts. That's not happening either. Right, we'll go for this one. Can I go back, I wonder? Can I say I'm not doing any of that and go back? I can. Let's have a look and see what the foragers say. They also want to vote the next law. They want to get rid of the sawmill. They're just polar opposites of each other, aren't they? What a nightmare. Everyone must aid expeditions by helping them prepare for their journeys. That actually seems far more reasonable. Let's go for that. I'm going to vote. Hopefully, 57-4. We needed 51, so we've got that. Okay, cool.
The proposed law has been approved.
There is more tactics in expanding than before. Before you had more freedom to move in the town and place almost anything anywhere. And you hope it isn't going to be too limiting and forcing you to play a certain way every time. We'll have to play a map again in a totally different way. Yes. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure I like the painting mechanism, but it still feels pretty in-depth and pretty difficult. Childhood law has been regulated. You kept your promise and evaded unnecessary chaos in the city. Hopefully we'll have less grief as well. The outsiders, this is going to be the next problem. Stuart, it seems some of our citizens are profiteering from outsiders trying to get into the city. We caught smugglers with a freezing and disoriented group of people. When warmed, fed and questioned, they spoke of the grim reputation our city has amongst the survivors in the area. It's the only generator there is, but we've heard stories of what some of the guides do to people trying to get in. After what happened to us, the rumours seem true. Should we do something about it? Yeah, we're going to set rules for entry. I think that's a good idea. It is wise for the steward to listen to them. Or is it wise? People are sharing their thoughts. The steward promised them some nonsense. Okay, so they're already turning against me. How much food do we have? So we've got tons of materials. We still don't seem to have enough food. What are we doing for housing? We've still got 34 surplus. Lack of workforce. Stuart, there is a lack of spare labour in the city. We're all stretched thin. It may be wise to seek laws or transport structures that will help us get more done. Otherwise, we may have to prioritise what work gets done, which districts stay open and which we close for now. Right, so I need more people even though I haven't got enough food or goods. There's a lot of things I've promised to do that's starting to build up and make life very difficult. So it says we've explored Frostland territory. What's this? We stumbled across an abandoned caravan of sledges long since picked clean. Closer inspection revealed wood that had been treated with oil, a crude but effective method of waterproofing. Frozen tracks indicate the sledges came from the northwest. Okay. What does this say? A meagre coal mine. Cresting a snowdrift, we found a long-abandoned coal mine nearly depleted. More than enough coal remains to send back to the city. I don't have the option to set up an outpost, but let's have a look. Coal deposits, 168,000. That's not a huge amount. Build a trail or railway path to use this location. Oh, I see. So I can connect a trail. So that's the outpost. So if I want to do it, really I need an outpost over here. That's interesting. I'll hold off doing that for now. What's this? Just around the river bend. We found a sudden bend in the river bed. North of here could indicate underground resources nearby like oil. So which way is north? I don't seem to have a compass that I can see. How do I know which way is north? Can't really see. Uh-oh, tension. Tension is located at the very middle of the bottom of the screen. It's portrayed by an orb that can fill with black liquid. I see. This thing. As tension rises throughout the city, tension shows you how agitated and anxious people in the city are. Tension rises if other problems like cold, hunger, disease, squalor, or crime are high. Right, so, okay. So what are we looking at in terms of tension? Oh, yeah. Okay, I need to somehow get more food in. But we're lacking workforce. But we've got a surplus of houses. This could be the beginning of the end. Someone's getting fired. Railways and trains, count me in. That person forgot to code the compass. You would think there would be a compass, right? Unless it's very subtle and I'm just not seeing it. The weather's going to increase soon, so that'll be good. Then it drops again, but then we'll be fine for a while. So if I can just get the food situation under control, then we'll only have one problem, which is goods. But the research institute is idle. I've got to make sure I stop getting to do that. So what we need is Goods factories. Right. Facility using old domestic goods, no matter how soiled, to manufacture new ones with minimal resources. Produces 30 goods. What does the other one do? That also produces 30 goods. That's not a lot of goods. Disease is slightly increased. Squalor is slightly increased. 40 heat demand compared to 20 heat demand. Right, I'm going to go for that. So severe hunger seems to be our... Could you rotate the world map before? Don't think you could. No, I think you're right. It has been a while since I played, but I think you're right, yeah. So I think oil must be in this direction. Oh, hang on. Do you think perhaps, this might be crazy, that the arrow is pointing in the direction of the thing it suggests? So I'd like to do an inspection to the sea. Possible findings of food. Well, that wouldn't be a bad idea either. Let's do that. We have a stockpile of materials. Now we just need to produce food and goods, and it should improve things. William Hoff, 37 Hunter, new voice, Icebloods. I doubted we could adapt ourselves to the cold, yet the city dictates when and how we work by adjusting to the weather. Maybe now we can make the city better in other ways too. A city where competition and rivalry is our engine. A society built on respect and tradition. Oh, how beautiful the city could become. They're in support of weather-adjusted shifts. Well, that's good. Okay. Bit of support. That's nice. Oh, hello. I've expanded on Icebloods. This must be a faction, I guess. 578 foragers have organised in a faction. Hardened survivalists. They recruit from the most resilient and capable individuals in the city. This is their manifest. 1. Adaptation. It's a harsh world, and only the fittest survive. We must embrace adaptation, fostering resilience in the face of adversity. Merit. Resourcefulness should be rewarded. We must praise personal achievement and reward individual merit. Tradition. We persevere because we honour tradition. This is how we should build our society. They seek to pass durable goods. Outsiders allow productive outsiders. And childhood family apprenticeships. Okay. I see. Okay. It's quite in depth. I have to grant it that. I mean, there's an awful lot going on, and my brain is being pulled in multiple different directions at the moment. We're struggling, admittedly, but I think 21 more people sick and unable to work. That's not what we wanted. Max Horkheimer, 29, researcher. Looks at Icebloods members leaving the Institute. They keep looking at my hands. Every day they come and pester me about my work. What are you doing right now? Can we push the other research along? Why are you halting the drafting of the law we discussed yesterday? They want to influence what we do. Icebloods. Pfft. Icebloods want to steer the city closer to their ideals here. We kind of need to get rid of them, I think. Or appease them, or just, disperse them or whatever. Right, how close are we to being able to do something? We haven't got enough people haven't got enough food. Is there something I can do to boost? Extending the district increases output. Okay, let's do that. So that should start producing more food, which may be enough to fix this problem. Materials needed to maintain the infrastructure. Failing to provide them will cause squalor to increase. Total output is 54 food, which is rubbish. Colder season. People cold? No, everyone's fine. Squalor is minor. Disease is minor. Crime is notable. But it's the food that's the problem. Pardon me. So we're producing 72 food now. We're losing 8. Minus 8 because of the bad weather. So if I can expand that again... No, I can't. You can only expand it once. There are empty building slots, though. So can I research something that makes food? Goods factories, like a food factory? Generator parade, woodworks... Logistic bays. Food! Ah, how do I get over to food? Hot houses. Right, of course. Hang on. Ah! Now we have 3 factions. Now we have a 3rd faction, so they've got a 3rd idea. This is interesting. But their idea is the same as the foragers. Industrial-sized hothouse where organic waste ferments in large vats, fertilizing revolving shells of crops. Sounds very clever. That's producing a lot of food. But again, it pushes disease up. But I think that's what we're going to go for. Hothouses. Okay. We've got some ideas. We've got some plans. What's this over here? Heat. Available 270. Unfulfilled 317. So maybe I can boost this up a little bit. Provides the warmth the city and its people need to operate. Increases cold when lacking. Lower temperatures increase heat demand. The generator converts fuel such as coal to heat. Consider upgrading it to tap different sources. Okay, so how do I upgrade it? Remember we had like 4 tiers before, didn't we? Oh, I can have an emergency council session by clicking on the middle thing. That's kind of cool. Although you can see that the UI is very much overlapping. So in order to click on that, I have to sort of faff about a little bit. So that could be improved. But that's cool. There is such a thing as an emergency council session. If you wanted to pass laws quickly, you could. The city is changing. We started a family here. We bore children. We toiled against hardships like everybody else. But now these ice bloods, they walk around telling people what to do, what to think. What they spout, though, is utter folly against everything that's made us we will not have it. The fate of our children is at stake. We will chart the path for our city. So they're now we've got the technocrats. They're starting to split, aren't they? Starting to fracture. How's that coming along? Signed research increases relations. Okay. So we are going to build on hothouses. And this one produces more, so we're going to develop their idea, the foragers. Stick with the tried and tested. So can I now put building in there? That's a construction building. So that's a food depot. I'm a bit confused about where a food depot can go. Food depot, does it say anywhere down here? Buildings. I'll figure this out. Oh, I see. I lack 21 workforce to build it and 54 heat stamps to build it. It's getting worse. So we're losing people now. Now you know what you're missing, the temperature overview. Oh yeah, I remember that. The problem, what the colour buildings are. Yes. Although it doesn't feel like it works the same way as before. It's just cumulative. Almost. So I'm wondering if I have to expand. Oh, they have to be connected, okay. An old enemy, Stuart, it was only a matter of time. We had an unusually long streak of mild weather, but now meteorologists are clear. There's a familiar drop in air pressure at higher altitudes. A whiteout is coming. Oh no. The wind will cause extreme cold and the clouds will blot out the sun. Without shelter and ample fuel, the people will be at mortal risk. We have to prepare. A whiteout arrives in 80 weeks. Heat demand will increase greatly during the whiteout. We will be ready. I'm not sure we'll be ready. We're still trying to figure out food at this point in time. Stu Miller, 12, pupil, doing a reading assignment. The rabbit took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket. How come no one shanked him and took it, eh? Are rabbits even real? Gotta ask, miss. Reading's hard, but it's fun and you rarely get cut. Mabel whines it don't help scouts in the Frostland. And how do they read their maps, is what I answered that tosser. One day I'll write books myself. Plenty of sword fights and no snow. Okay, well. At least she's at school and learning. So I think the whiteout is going to kill us. There's a heat scarcity and I don't know how to upgrade this. We're already in overdrive mode and that's not enough. So I'm guessing that's the whiteout there. Not sure whereabouts on this we are. Due to hunger, some of our people have starved to death. 91 people starved to death in the city. This is what's killing us at the moment. Starvation, yeah. Well, I'm desperately trying to do something about it, but I'm in a position now where I can't build any districts because we don't have enough income. All I can do is potentially put 2 buildings in the food slot that we've got. If people are dying, surely the amount of food that we're producing has got to go up. I know that's not exactly the right way to look at it, but it's one of the main things about the game, temperature control, and that's missing. The urgency and priority of the temperature in the buildings. That's a bad thing in my humble opinion. Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one, actually. You did not regulate outsiders in time. Chaos around this topic persists in the city. Oh, for God's sakes, right, let's go here. Society. Rule. I can't do anything with rule at all. That's not active yet. So... Society. Where was it then? Economy? Outsiders. Here we go. Allow productive outsiders. I'm with that one. People are always divided. They not agree on anything ever. Supported by the Ice Blood, supported by the Technocrats. I'm going to let... Well... I wonder if you can change a law later on. Because I don't just want to let anybody in. You know, I want to let people in who aren't mass murderers and stuff like that. The situation we're in, we need people desperately, so I'm going to have to propose this one. So I'm going to negotiate with who? So some of them won't negotiate, but the machinists will. That's interesting. That's a new dynamic. I need them to vote for this. And let them choose the next law. Good lord. This is really starting to get difficult.
The eyes have it.
Right, so anybody can come now. Should get us past the work problem. 4 weeks and 1 day left before we get hot houses, and that should theoretically fix the food problem. Hands are, I feel so tired right now. And these guys are not happy with us at all, are they? All these different factions. Although I'm loath to do it, speed things up for a bit. I feel like I need to turn off the generatory boost thing, the overdrive. Because there's a whiteout coming and we'll need to turn it back on for that. Right. Building. Oh. Okay, I don't know how to do this. Bio-waste hothouse. You lack 154 workforce to build it. So I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to get myself out of this situation, to be honest. Let's go to the Iceland and see if we've got any good luck coming in from over there. A massive dome-shaped snow house constructed from blocks of compacted snow, completely empty. It seems to have held some kind of feast by the look of it. It could be decades old. Okay. Swath of wild animals caught in a severe whiteout and ready for the slaughter. We can harvest food from here. Let's have a look. Harvest. 100%. 77,000 units of food. 99 weeks and 4 days. What? Okay. Well, that's something. Icebloods begin protesting. Steward, the Icebloods have been growing skeptical towards the direction you lead the city in. Now they decide to protest, blocking all activity in the district. Fabulous. The city is changing and for the worse. More decisions like this and it will endanger everything we stand for. They demand you repeal, accept all outsiders. We need them. They will keep protesting until you until you respect their demand or force them to disperse. I'm going to ignore them for now. So that's probably reducing the amount of food that's being produced. In fact, it stopped all food from being produced. So I can negotiate with the protesters, but if I fail to fulfill the promise, they will refuse to negotiate again. Does the spacebar actually pause the game now? It does, yes. It still works exactly as it did before. You remember hitting it to see the temps and now your career is... Yes, it is, yeah. The spacebar still does that. It switches between speed 1 and paused. Alright, I'm going to have to try and negotiate with these guys because I need them to not be blocking the food. I mean... it's just crazy. Ah, food district. Right. Oh, this could save our lives. This could. Can I... So I could put it over here where this is already... Yeah, why won't it let me put it there? That's not letting me put the food district down, but it's not saying why it won't let me do it. So I could put it here. But I can't put it here. Huh. Or there. I was wondering whether or not I should try and... Heat stamps. Oh god, we haven't got many heat stamps. Don't think we quite got to it. Icebloods protest demand. A couple of Icebloods representatives discuss the matter with you and your advisors. You need to repeal mandatory school. Do this and we are done, for now at least. Ah! How ridiculous. How do I establish a food colony? So hang on, maybe if I go to the Frostlands and I just... How does it work? Promise to foragers broken. The foragers are furious that you broke your word. They now look upon your rule more negatively and doubt your integrity. Because I broke the promise to pass expedition support. I forgot all about it, to be honest. They make so many demands of you. And you can only call council once every 6 weeks. It doesn't really tally particularly well. I feel like it's almost like the game is skewed against you too much. Right, so under survival, there's a food additives law that I can pass. I can add chemical additives by which the city will approve chemical additives with tested and tolerable risk levels. Food production efficiency is significantly increased and disease is also marginally increased, which doesn't seem like a good idea. But I need to get food somehow. So, the foragers are open to negotiate. I need them to vote for. And they want me to fund projects beneficial to their community. Oh, it also wants me to build a bio-waste drum hothouse. We were planning on doing that anyway, so I'll say yes to that. And we'll vote. Okay.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Law takes effect. Right. Glacier. Persistent body of dense ice constantly moving under its own weight and creating shifting landforms. Treacherous slopes and falling ice can pose a challenge to explorers. Possible findings: a cause. Is that oil cause? Planes are safe. Possible finding of materials. Well, I'm going to go to the glacier then. Oh, I haven't got enough resources. I get that idea. I was hoping to find the permanent source of fuel that these guys want. Ongoing protest. Steward, if you don't want to negotiate with the protesting faction, guards can disperse them. However, if you improve relations, the protests will also cease. To this end, we can fund their projects to appease them. Granting them agenda is a fair way to give them a chance at changing the city. Otherwise, we can make a promise. Fund projects, grant an agenda, make a promise, and promote community actions. Fund a project. It's going to cost me 58 heat stamps. I can afford that. So 58 heat stamps have been given to the Ice Bloods, and they should now end their protest. They're not ending their protest. Why not? Deaths due to the cold. Ay, 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 ay. What's this? Bio waste drum food house. Okay, good. So if I can get them to stop protesting and get this building in, that might be enough to feed everybody. We're almost there now. 130, 26 shy. Okay. Let's also frost break a bit. Where's that thing? There it is. So that'll give us some fertile land. I can get more food production up there. I'm not sure why these guys are still protesting. Promise to foragers kept. The foragers are delighted you kept your word. Oh, that's because I built the thing. Okay. The hothouse. Hunting trip. The Icebloods will send some people in the Frostland to hunt game. Requires more trust. Okay, more trust. Pick one of 3 options to promise something that further the Icebloods' worldview. Make a promise. An infection badge. Look. Starts quest to build at least 1 bio-waste drum hothouse. I've done that already, so if I say yes... then surely that's already been achieved. Immediately. Can I build another one? Protest begins collapsing. So the fact that I'd already built one didn't matter. I had to build a second one. A little frustrating, but we got there in the end, and we should now, once the protest finally dissipates, have more than enough food. And then I can build another food faction area up here on the fertile ground. And that will increase the food even more. Haven't got enough heat stamps at the moment. Oh, I wonder if that's temperature. Not sure it is. Promise to the Icebloods has been kept. Right, good. The city grows. Oh, good. Stuart, a new count has revealed significant growth in our population in recent weeks. Some attribute the rise to an influx of settlers from the Frostland, others to bursts outnumbering deaths. Whatever the cause, we have justified our calculations of the city's need to reflect the new numbers. 1,511 more people in the city. Perfect. And we've still got plenty of shelter. The protest has ended, and now, look at that! Now we've got 220 surplus food. What a change. What a change that is. There are 24 people sick. Right. Council, I'm going to suggest... Didn't I do the food chemicals one? I did. I am going to suggest... Right, so we've got expedition supports. At the moment we accept all outsiders. I see, yep, I'm with you. I think they should make that a little bit more obvious that there's a law there. Maybe in time I get used to it, but it you know, as a quick glance, it's not immediately obvious that that one is a law and the rest have got no laws whatsoever. Survival, what can we do? Weather adjusted shifts, chemical additives, mass produced goods. Economy, that's all that. Society. I was thinking that sure I saw one for hospitals, or maybe that was research project was hospitals. It probably was that. Okay. Community service. Voluntary and unfocused communal effort does not yield any significant gain for the city. So, expedition support. Let's propose that. And let's negotiate with somebody. The foragers are partly open to negotiation. Well, obviously I want them to vote for it. Only natural foraged ingredients may be added to food. We will train people to forage for these in the Frostlands. Yes, I'm happy with that because we're producing so much food now. We can afford to take it the other way. Unfortunately, don't know that we've got enough people. So for the first time ever, I'm going to put a vote forward without knowing if I've got enough. I need 3 more than I have. And I don't know which way these 19 are going to go. So this could be the first one that doesn't go through. No, didn't go through. Oh, hang on, it did.
The measure passes.
Just went through. Wow. Okay. Let's drag that one over the line. Program war, mandatory schools. Steward, people are increasingly arguing over the curriculum taught in schools. Oh my lord. It's never ending. Some think we should reduce theoretical knowledge and provide more survival training. We're filling these... Yeah, I actually think that's a good idea. Okay. So, some think we should reduce theoretical knowledge and provide more survival training. We're filling these kids' heads with numbers and useless junk. Complained an angry trapper. We ought to take them out on field trips to hunt. Others argue for the exact opposite. We need to teach children how to think and come up with new solutions instead of perpetuating outdated practices as an engineer. What should we do? So if we focus on survival training, so we'll lose the boost we had to research speed, and it will provide more food, which you would think was, I mean, a minute ago I'd have gone for that. If I concentrate on science, then we'll increase research speed even more, and relations will slightly improve with machinists and technocrats. All positives then, the science one. But if I say keep a balanced education, then relations will worsen with all communities, which just seems ridiculous. So I'm going to go for science, purely because we have food coming out of the wazoo right now. Heat scarcity. I need to do something about the heat problem. Heat. Waste heat conversion. Let's have a look at this. We will redirect excess heat from industrial machines to housing districts and infrastructures, increasing heat available to the city. That makes sense. So 39% of the city are in favour of that idea. I'm going to do that. Because heat is our next biggest problem. Disease is starting to become a problem. So the food situation is now not a problem at all. We have surplus food in excess. Heat is our biggest problem. There's 111 people sick. 269 are available. 269 workers out of 5,500 people. These numbers don't make sense to me. Right, how do I do refurbishing goods factory? I need 82 more heat stamps and 131 workforce to build that. And that goes in industrial. Is this up here? That's extraction. So I need an industrial district to be able to build that. I see. Okay, let's go back to the Icelands and see what we've got. Where did I send them? I don't remember now. Frozen herds. Food deposit, 64,000. Shipped to the city. Nope, that's fine. The old igloo. Can I send them now? Not enough resources. So I need 10 Frostland teams. Oh, I see up there. I have 5 Frostland teams. So can I do something a bit closer to home? Can I do something this way? That also requires 10. 10. Are they all 10? 40. Okay. Do with one that's only 5. Some of them are very expensive. 20. 40. Right, so I need to kind of figure out how to boost this. Units of scouts, support crews and specialised Frostland workers. Frostland teams are needed to undertake operations outside of the city. They are outfitted by logistics districts. Construct logistic districts. Conduct research and pass laws to field more Frostland teams. Okay. Alright, I understand. From what you've seen in the past 2 hours, you see the game needs a lot of tweaking. You understand this is a preview, so it's just a lot of placeholders and or subject to change, etc. But some basics are missing. And you're not sure you're a fan of the district painting. Yeah. That's exactly where I was at the beginning. I feel like maybe I'm slightly getting used to it now, the district painting, but I'm not 100% sold. Definitely feels different, doesn't it? There's a lot here that's not the same as the first one, and I'm not entirely sure if it's positive or negative. It's still challenging. It feels bigger but slightly more disconnected, if that makes sense. I suppose another way of looking at it is that if 200 of 5,000 are available to build things, it means you've only got 4% unemployment. It's all about putting a positive spin on it, Mr. Stewart. This is very true. Heat recycling, new policy proposed by foragers. Yeah, that's what we're doing. The main thing about the game was atmosphere, and it's missing here. I'm not drawn in as before. I really hope they can fix that because you loved the first game. Yes, that's what I mean about the disconnected element. I don't feel quite so... I don't feel like I'm down there with them. You know, suffering with it so much. Yeah. Valid point, valid point. Oh look, we've got a weather... positive weather condition coming. Right, disease is notable and growing. I'm going to do something about the disease. Heat scarcity. This is something I'm definitely not grasping. What we used to do before was we had like 4 tiers, and we had like alternative extra heat sources that we could place. That all seems to be missing. And as such, I'm not quite so sure how I fix it. So a lot of people are getting sick, which is not good. I need something in here like the hospital. Society, let's come down. Hospitals. This is what I think we need. An institution that provides medical treatment to sick and injured people to speed up their recovery. Disease is decreased. I just think that's the right way to go. 39% of people are in favour of that. Let's do it. It's going to take 12 weeks, but I think it's a really good idea. Technocrats suggest action struggling with workforce. Sure, we need more able-bodied workers. Members of the technocrats community insist they have a solution to this problem. There is much work to be done and no one to do it. If we do not resolve this today, tomorrow it will become a full crisis. The technocrats want to research machine-adjusted shifts. Machine-adjusted shifts to increase workforce. So the relationship with technocrats will reduce if I disregard it. Can I click off that for a minute? Can I get out of this? And because I don't know what sort of relationship I have with them. Neutral. It says neutral. So there must be a better way to solve the problem. Promise to increase population by 1,000 people within 60 weeks. Tension is greatly increased if I don't do it. Right, I'm going to say we're going to increase by 60%, by 1,000 people in 60 weeks, which may not be a possibility. Because we are seriously low on heat stamps and cores. What are cores? Cores are the specialised mechanical components required to construct advanced buildings and generator upgrades. Cores are too advanced to reliably be... Try again. Cores are too advanced to reliably manufacture. Search the Frostlands to find more to add to your stockpile. I seem to remember something like that in the original game. Right, so if I frost break, I haven't got enough workforce. Ah, nuggets. So the cold and disease are starting to destroy our workforce. This really is like incredibly difficult. So I can put a building in there. What kind of building can I put in there? Just a research institute. So that's no good. So if I put this back into overdrive, does that... I don't really know what overdrive does, if I'm being 100% honest. So the workforce is the problem now. Now it's not food. Resource deposits, resource depots are full, so we've filled up the stockpile. What have I not done? I broke my promise to use grant agenda on machinists. Oh. Maybe it should have reminded me about that. That would have been helpful. Bearing in mind I'm juggling like 15 different balls at the moment. It's quite difficult to keep on top of. So the cold is killing us, and the cold is making everybody ill, and I don't know how to make everybody warmer. Right, so we've got heat recycling now. So is that a new building? What's this? That's a mechanized sawmill. So I can put another housing district in. Going on over here? Building is not working. The research institute. Why? We don't have enough people? What have I got up here? Still on 5. Ah, because the frozen herds has taken 5. They're bringing food in. Right, well, let's cancel that then. How do we just... Right, so that stops that, and that gives us 10 back. So now we can start heading in the right direction. So glacier... Damn it, that's 20. Crevasse fields, we can't do that either. Let's head that way. It's starting to come together. I'm starting to understand how everything's interrelated. Disease weakens our workforce. Absentee steward. The poor conditions in the city takes its toll on our people. Disease spreads. Some are so sick they're unable to work. If this continues, it will endanger our ability to sustain the city, as our workforce will be decimated. We must act. Ensure there's enough heat, shelter and food, or consider developing other ideas. Yeah, I am trying to do that. So, I can put a food depot. Where can a food depot go? Over here? So that'll give us a surplus of food, because at the moment we've got as much food as we can possibly store. The same applies for this, yeah. So... need to do the same for this thing, but we haven't got enough people. Hope the housing, the extra housing, brings in 1,000 people. This is hard. This is really hard. The cores in the first game were used to upgrade certain things or make robots that could work non-stop at a mill or a mine. Do you know, I don't remember doing that. I don't know if I ever managed to do that. Possibly I did. I do remember the cores, so I must have done something with them. Yeah. On a positive note, I like the clearing of a path to reach the resources and the districts to reduce the tedium of placing every building. The town map looks a lot more interesting. The maps were mostly circular or oval before. Automatons, I don't know how you pronounce that. Automatons were awesome. Automatons. Yeah, I could do with some of them right now. I've got no flipping workers at all. My worker situation is dire. And I think...
Never throw rubbish on the road or in the snow. Our frost-breaking teams thank you for your cooperation.
Just listening to that bloke. We're making 9 a week. Iceblood suggest action. Heat stamps. We're struggling with heat stamps. A group of Iceblood have come forward with an idea. We should pass durable goods. Let us pursue it, and the city will benefit. They look with distrust at what other communities propose. They would surely appreciate getting behind their idea. They want to pass durable goods to solve problems with heat stamps. So my relations with the Icebloods will worsen if I ignore it. Durable goods. I don't understand how that's going to help us, because I haven't been able to build a flipping... I'm going to say no. Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. Oh, nuggets. That was a mistake. 71 people sick and unable to work. $118 people froze to death in the city. Do not understand how I'm going to make things warmer. Don't have enough people to expand or anything. Population has actually grown from the very beginning, but obviously we must have lost a lot of people due to the cold. It has been very cold, but it's going to warm up soon. I'm not quite sure whereabouts in this line we are. It should warm up considerably very soon. The buildings are not working. Any news over here? What's this? Oh, that's the expedition team. Heading towards the plains, okay. So the mechanized sawmill, that's using a lot. So if I just turn that off... This, I didn't think of doing this earlier. generator converts fuel such as coal to heat. Consider upgrading it to tap different sources and produce more. The animations of them were great. You zoomed in and just watched them work until I got an alert that my town was dying. Oops, distracted by something shiny. Yeah, that happens a lot to me actually. Especially in games like this. Oh well, just play the scenario again for the 100th time. Yeah. This is what I did in the first game. I think the first time I played it, I lasted for about an hour and a half. And in that hour and a half, I learnt so much. I really did. But that's the only way you can do it, is try things out, learn from your mistakes, and yeah, you still haven't finished 2 of the scenarios in the first game because of that. Well, you're probably more advanced than I am, Pete, to be fair. I found that game really challenging, which I love challenging games. But yeah, I wasn't exactly good at it. Population is growing at last. Population is going up. That's the first time it's gone up in quite a while. Right, we're ready to pass a new law. Society. Funerals. What is a harvesting funeral? The deceased. Oh my god. Okay. Harvesting funerals mean that the deceased will be harvested and their healthy body parts will be used to support city healthcare. Unharvested remains will be incinerated and the ashes transferred to relatives. Disease is slightly decreased and research speed is slightly increased. It really seems like a good idea, as opposed to the ceremonial funerals, which just trust loss resulting from deaths is decreased. But I think harvesting funerals makes so much sense, even though it seems awful, doesn't it? So I need to get quite a few people on my side here. How am I going to do this? The machinists are the only people who will speak to me. Weather adjusted shifts, buy a waste drum house, or grant them an agenda. Okay, I will grant them an agenda. Pass this vote. So at the moment, with so many deaths, this could boost the heat that we're generating, reduce infection, and overall improve everything. Possibly. Week 174, good lord. Nearly 2/3 of the way through. And I'm really struggling to get enough population just to run the buildings we've got, let alone anything else. Right, so I think I turned that one off on purpose, didn't I? The mechanised sawmill. We have a decent stockpile for that. Promise to forage is broken. What did I forget this time? The forest additives. This is the thing. It's like you're trying to make things work. Be efficient and be good, but in order to do that you're making promises left, right and centre, and then I do anyway, I completely forget what I've promised, and then the next time something comes up it's like, what's my main priority, and that's what I go with, and then obviously that breaks trust with people. These guys nearly hate me, the machinists. They're 38% of the people. Good lord, I need to pay more attention to them. Yeah, once you find the formula on the scenario, it's easy to beat the level. Yes, I agree. The game is just too pretty and the lore interesting to stick to the plan, and you always get sidetracked. Yeah, and that's the mark of a good game, I think. Multifaceted, so to speak. Can I put... Nope, I haven't got enough people. 57. 457. Right, population is growing. Warm weather is coming. We should have a good spell of growth and productivity heading our way. Right, so we're going to turn one of the biowaste machines off. Brings the temperature slightly higher up, and it still means that we're producing food, just at a slower rate. Although, with the population growth going the way it is, the demand is going to go back up again, isn't it? It's very, very tricky to... Oh, I can see the workforce stuff is just under my webcam. Can't really see it, no matter where I put my head. How's the Frostland team getting on? Any news? Yep, we've expanded a bit. Decrepit village. Once some pre-frost community. These shacks are worth much more to us, deconstructed into materials. Okay, so materials and materials. So there's lots of materials there. Right, we'll expand into the plains then. We're going to have to open up another one of these way stations. Is there a way station this way? No. 1, 2, 3. So just the 3. Okay. Right, so we are growing. We are definitely growing. The number of available workers is going up. 479 people are sick. Right, we're going to have a hospital very soon. That's huge for us. Watchtowers, what does that give us? So that... Okay. So that'll put guards in the city. We don't really have a problem with that anymore. With people being crazy and whatnot. So we seem to be heading towards reason rather than tradition. Maybe that's good. Ah, this could be an idea. An idea from the Icebloods. Young adults participate in volunteering activities under the supervision of elders who teach them moral values. Crime is slightly decreased and the percentage of active workers is slightly increased. And it's not going to cost us any money. It's going to take 7 weeks. That seems like a good idea. New law. Your latest promise is at the bottom of the list of objectives on the left. Ah, yes. Pass durable goods. Use grant agenda on machinists. Well, they haven't come forward with any ideas yet. Oh, hang on. Maybe this is them now. Angry machinists grow more radical. Here we go. Steward, the machinists have grown deeply unhappy with your rule. Community leaders now openly urge machinists to join the technocrats, arguing as part of radical organisation they would be better able to protect their interests. If nothing is done to address the situation, many angry machinists will join the technocrats and push for the faction to take action against you. Hostile relations with machinists will cause them to radicalise and join the technocrats. I will convince them that radical action is not needed. You will have 40 weeks to improve relations with machinists. If you fail, 1,300 will join technocrats. I can suppress their radicalization. 300 will join technocrats immediately. Technocrats and machinist relations will worsen significantly. The technocrats are an effective organization. We should encourage machinists to join. 2,700 will join immediately. I'll say repair. But I need to grant their agenda should it come in. How long have I got? 21 weeks to increase at least 10,000. Oh crap, I thought it said 1,000. Oh, we're not going to do 10,000. That's an impossibility. Generator overdrive is at dangerous level. Oh. Turn that off. Crikey. Good job I spotted that. Alright. Let's pass a law. I think we should... So we're doing this one. Where's the right, contagion prevention. No. Expedition support. I've already done this though, haven't I? Done that one. So let's do contagion prevention then. Disease is significantly decreased and shelter availability per capita is slightly increased. Support quarantine. Let's do that. Let's just hope I can push it through. Most people are hesitant on this, but there's 38 foragers who will work with me. I will fund projects for them. Let's do that. Let's vote that through. Let's get the sick people under control. Then we build a hospital. Maybe we can turn this around.
Has been approved.
In the first game they didn't do that either. You chose an option and it displayed it. You had to keep to the deadline if you wanted. No reminders or anything, and once chosen the option was final. No take backs or changing your mind. Not impossible, just takes a bit of planning. Also known as play it 9,786 times to get it just right. Yeah. Feels a little bit like that. Kryptoniano. That's a tricky one to say. Did I say that correctly? Kryptoniano has subscribed. Thank you for the sub. Apologies if I got your name wrong. You're throwing some tricky ones at me today. Right. I need to improve things with the machinists. So let's click on the machinists and let's fund a project. You can ask them for funds. They won't like that much. Let's grant them an agenda. What does it want? The machinists are delighted you kept your word. They now look upon your rule more positively and consider you a leader with integrity because you kept your promise to use grant agenda on machinists. Okay. Well, I totally spun that ball around on its head. So the foragers. Let's fund a project for them. Not enough heat stamp. Dirk Donk, thank you for the follow. Landing a whopping great big spaceship on my my thing. What's going on? Oh, we only just hit the bad weather. So this is 220 days away. It's when it gets here that it's on us, right? I don't really understand what. I don't get this bit. That's a whiteout. That looks like temperature increases. Right, okay. Well, I made a mistake there, didn't I? We've got the hospitals sorted. What about treatment? Doctors must abide by the traditional oath of first do no harm to avoid errors. Every procedure must be first approved by senior physicians. Nobody else has a recommendation except for these guys. Okay, I like this one. So who's this? This is the technocrats. Well, I'm a bit worried about them, but okay. The technocrats say doctors should always look to develop and put into practice cutting-edge, pioneering treatments. The disease is marginally decreased, research speed is marginally increased, and it unlocks the conduct medical trial ability. I'm very tempted to go with that, but let's just have a look and see what else we've got. Health is definitely a problem right now, isn't it? I'm wondering if watchtowers might be a good idea. Dirk Donk, how's the game so far? It's different. And we're all sort of deliberating on whether or not we like it. And yes, everyone's frozen. Thanks, Pete. Except for the dead. They're not frozen because we're chucking them into the incinerator to produce more heat for the people who are still alive. So, and it can be good too. Exactly. Yes. It's definitely different. It's quite in depth as well. It's a real balancing act. And it doesn't take long before you're juggling multiple balls in the air all at the same time and just trying desperately to undo your last mistake, basically. It's good. I think it's good, actually. I'm enjoying it, but it is a challenge. We can't just make it colder so that they made the crisis the people themselves. Yes, indeed. They have done that, and that is very much what I'm struggling with most. But I'm learning. It's the first time I've played through. I'm learning quite a lot through this playthrough. I'm just wondering at this moment in time whether to put watchtowers in. Because we do have a few disgruntled people, and at the moment we have no sort of policing or anything like that. And we've just managed to turn around the number of people coming into the city. So we're growing, so there's going to be more people, which means more crime. There's a lot going on. People only upload good runs. I want to see some shit burn down. Yeah, that's one thing I don't do, Dirk, is upload just the good stuff. I let my gameplay be whatever it is, you know. If it was easy, though, I don't think I'd like the game. And at the moment, at least, I wouldn't call it easy. Definitely not. Right, so the foragers recommend command posts where guards are quartered to maintain order in the city. Okay, they agree. The Icebloods think watchtowers designed to quarter a large number of guards and optimized to allow them to deploy quickly. Okay. And The technocrats think watchtower outfitted with state-of-the-art equipment to monitor citizens and ensure order. Okay, so that's 12 squads. That's 16. That's 12. And 20. So the only one that doesn't increase heat demand is the Ice Bloods. So I'm going to go with their idea. It's also cheaper. It's going to take 11 weeks. As soon as we're in a whiteout, that seems to make a lot of sense. So the cold is a real problem. Improve relations with machinists to favourable or better. At the moment we're neutral. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to get... I make a promise with them, but... what are they going to ask? Great. So now that I've clicked on promise them something, I have to pick one of the three or decline the offer. I can't repeal the heat recycling because that's the only thing that's keeping us going at the moment. Why would I want to destroy all the bio-waste drum hothouses? That's producing all the food we eat. Start quest to research machine adjusted shifts. You got 40 weeks. Right, I'm going to do that one. And then I'll come in here. How long a watchtower's going to take? 11 weeks. So they want me to... It's going to be economy, isn't it? Where is it? Work on famine prevention. Maintenance duty. Problem. Don't see the option for machine. No, that'll be under society, won't it? Machine generated. Oh gosh, I don't know. That one, weapons, not available in the preview, so that's not going to be it. It's not in that direction. Youth, parenthood. What's this? No. What's this one? It's not available in the preview, so we don't know what that is. Or that one. Crikey. Is it economy? It's got to be... Rail hub. Well, that would be flipping useful. We don't know what these are. Work compensation. I think we're going to upset them by accident. Purely because I can't find that or that. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Still not got enough goods. Desperately short of heat. Shelter's fine, food is fine, materials are fine. At the moment. Not for long. Let's hope this weather increases quickly. Oh, I can do something here. I can boost this. So I need to find some sort of logistics enhancing thing. Right, okay. Increase population to 10,300. We were doing so well. We almost managed that till the cold came in. How long we got? 10 weeks. Not going to happen. Vote on the city development effort will be held in 10 weeks. Right, hang on. Go back, go back. What have I got to pass? Durable goods. Durable goods. What the hell's this? Wait, what? Oh, there we go. What? I didn't pick this. Did someone pick this for me? Oh, it's because I gave them a mandate. I gave them a mandate, so now they get to pick what we're voting on. And 51% of people are in favour of it. Okay.
The ayes have it.
That law has passed. Relations with them are still neutral. That's a bit disappointing. I thought that might have boosted it up to favourable. So now I've got to pass durable goods. So that will come back into play in 9 weeks. We've got 24 weeks. 210 people have frozen to death in the city. We are not making enough heat. Bioengineering. I wish I could do more bioengineering. Well, those 210 people are going to boost the temperature. Look at that. That is way low. It says here, and this is what I'm not quite following. There's something I need to figure out. The generator converts fuel such as coal to heat. Consider upgrading it to tap different sources and produce more. How do I upgrade it? I can't quite figure that out. Cold calculation, Stuart. There is hardly any place left in the city that's even somewhat warm. We don't generate enough heat to supply all districts. Maybe we should establish priorities. We could remove heat from workplaces, but that will make them less effective. On the other hand, if we cut heat to people's dwellings, it will endanger the most fragile. What should we do? We will prioritize housing. Because we've got plenty of food, plenty of materials. Okay, we're getting a little bit short of materials, but we're not actually producing any, so that's probably why. Wow, that takes a long time to cool down. Look at that. The temperature is going to dramatically increase very, very soon. We've lost a lot of people. Signed research increases relationship, I think that's it. Still neutral with these guys. I need to research something they like, I guess. So what do they like? They are machinists. Rail hub. Surely they'll like that, no? Housing block. How can we best house a large number of citizens? Residential tower designed to provide shelter to a large number of citizens in a limited amount of space. Right. I'm going to develop that idea in the hope that it boosts our relationship with them a little bit further. Pete, good luck to you, sir. You got work in 5 hours. You definitely need to sleep. Thank you so much. It's been great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us and for chipping in and participating. I really appreciate it. Hopefully see you again in another one. Have a good day at work. I hope it's a good day for you, sir. I feel pretty confounded right now. So close to that location. They've nearly unlocked it, I think. What's going on here? These guys... Natalie Chapman, 21, Weaver, curled up in a bed after a long work day. Steward be praised, at least it's warm in here. The factory was unbearable today. Got me some fingerless mittens, but this may very well make me fingerless myself. Sally has these thick sealskin gloves. Sure, she barely gets anything done, but at least she won't get frostbite. I should get a pair, as if I ever get out of bed. It's so warm in here. Well, I cheered somebody up. Even though she's complaining about being cold at work, she can at least come home and warm up. So it looks like we've got the disease under control. But, the deaths and the temperature... It's tough. We're almost out of this whiteout anyway. That could really change our fortunes. That could really speed things up. Because at the moment, we only have one and a little bit of a problem. If I can get a hospital built, that would be superb. Expand out a little bit this way and see if I can't squeeze a hospital in here somewhere. Wow, 376 people froze to death. I still can't turn this on. I'm still not entirely sure what that does. Overdrive increases the generator's output by 40%, but strains it in the process. So there's got to be 40% more heat, I imagine. I just turned it on too early. I thought the cold snap was already on us. But, it wasn't. Resource deposit nearly depleted. What? Don't tell me that. $151,000 remaining. Now, there were 2 coal deposits up here. What happened to the other one? Oh, what did I just do then?
Do not be alarmed by any strange clicking noises coming from the generator. Routine maintenance work is underway.
I see. So you can have emergency shifts or half shifts. Okay, that's interesting. Didn't know that. Council, law, society, survival. This is one we've got to work on. Heat recycling we've done. Mass-produced goods, right. So they want... durable goods. I can't... Oh, I can propose it. 40% are for, 33% are against. It doesn't really matter so much now. I've just got to get them on my side. Is that going to turn them against me, though? Got so many promises. Oh. Nuggets. I pressed vote. Oh, we got it through. That was close. Promise to the Icebloods kept. The Icebloods are delighted that I kept my word. They don't hate me, so nobody hates us anymore. So from a political balancing perspective, we're doing all right. It is tough going, this though. Really tough going. How much longer? Come on, bring that warmer season in. Gotta be now. What's this? Plains expedition completed. After a while, you forget how big the dreadnoughts were. 600 metric tons of pure iron. We ran into one, half buried in a deep chasm. It was nearly vertical, towering over us, dark and foreboding. Its crew froze trying to free it, their tools still in their hands. Our nimblest scout climbed up the cargo bay and discovered coal, raw timber, and steel plates inside. Sadly, we won't be able to scrap the dreadnought, but we could recover its cargo with minimal effort. Okay, we'll come back later. Cresting a snowdrift, we found a long-abandoned coal mine, nearly depleted. More than enough coal remains to send back to the city. Okay, I'm going to do this one then. Take the cargo. A resource transport group has lost its cargo in the whiteout. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So we've immediately lost that. How disappointing is that? Oh, lordy. Right, okay. So we're just going to have to wait for the whiteout to finish. It's got to be any second now, surely. Technocrats suggest action. Cold. Steward, we're struggling with cold. A group of technocrats have come forward with an idea. We should research blasting coal mine. Let us pursue it and the city will benefit. They look with distrust at what other communities propose. We'll handle the cold another way, because I know there's a hot spell coming. A Frostpunk moment, yeah, absolutely. Give with one hand, take with the other. How long have I got? 59 weeks. 15 weeks to research machine-adjusted foragers. Right. Fun projects. The foragers are delighted you kept your word. They now look upon your... Okay, good. Good. So I gave them some money, basically, and that's cheered them up. 6 weeks to... Let's grant them an agenda again. Really got to turn them around, otherwise we're in big trouble. The whiteout has passed. We made it through this storm, but it was relatively short. When the next one comes, it will be worse. In the past, whiteouts devastated all our expansion attempts. We mustn't let it happen again. We must find a permanent source of fuel before another, more severe one comes our way. Our expedition teams must hurry. We will be ready. Okay, right now, temperatures are gonna improve very quickly, one will hope. Food situation like food is good, we're in surplus, materials are limited. Heat is still just not working well. What is this building? What is that building? Is it just telling me that I've turned the hothouse off? What to do? Research machine adjusted shifts. Don't know where that would be. Housing insulation seems like a bloody good idea. To take advantage of the natural property of its fibre, dwellings will be upgraded with asbestos laid in materials to prevent heat leaks and promote energy conservation. That's a terrible idea. Oh, but theirs is the same. They're all suggesting asbestos. Oh, I can't afford that research. I haven't got 100 coins. Workers' housing. Can't afford to do that either. Autonomous heater. Not available in the preview. That's not going to be an opportunity. Advanced hot houses, waste heat conversion, new work model. That's not it either. Geothermal plants, what's this? That's not available. Generator upgrade, not available in the preview. Ah. I've been looking for the generator upgrade option for pretty much this whole playthrough. And the minute I find it, it's not available in the beta. Goodness me. Neither's geothermal plants. Okay. I have no idea where that research thing would be. Not a Scooby-Doo. Right, population is stagnant. Temperature is -40. One logistics thing there. If I could open this one. Damn it. Failed to improve relations with machinists. 1,300 radicalized and joined technocrats. It's weird, I think, that the technocrats are on the left next to the foragers and the icebloods are on the right next to the machinists. Although the machinists do still like us, there's just only 19% of them now. Oh, machine adjusted shifts. I think I may have just figured out where it is. We too low on people. We are growing. You get that there's restrictions on the beta, but even restricting the tech tree seems whack. Should have 300 days to experiment, not got railroaded. Yeah. Yeah. I can't say much more than that. I kind of agree with you, Dirk. 300 weeks rather. Time is measured in weeks on this one. Yeah. And I think we're coming up to 300. Look at that. 229 days, weeks. See, now I'm doing it. 229 weeks. Promise kept. Your people are delighted you kept your word. Now they look upon your rule more positively and consider you a leader with integrity. Anyone know what promise I kept? Was it the warmth? Right, yes. I think I've just worked out where that would be. So when I oh, maybe not. I was thinking when I researched something earlier. Ah, here, worker shifts. So if I come in here and look under machinists, so there you go, machine adjusted shifts. There we go. Develop idea. That's where it is. You promised to be a cool dude and kept it. Yeah. Cool, calm and collected. That's me, all right. Right. Okay. I finally figured out where that is. I've got 3 weeks left. That's probably not going to be enough time, is it? No. Nuggets. Just took me too long to figure out where that was. And now I haven't got enough time. Is there any way of speeding it up? It's under research. Maybe if I go to the research building. I'm not sure why it keeps doing that. Research building. Okay, that was a bug. Because it was the red thing was that side and it said active. Which is why I clicked on it. Rush researchers, 50% research speed. Current research will finish rapidly. 1 week and 5 days. Oh, we might just do it. We might just squeeze that in. And then that will improve the relationship with the machinists. I mean, it's a bit late now, because they've all left and joined the technocrats, but, you know. It's all about learning, isn't it? So as the population's growing, we've got more people working, which is good. It's starting to come back together. Promise to machinists kept. The machinists are delighted you kept your word. They now look upon your rule more positively because I promised to research machine adjusted shifts. Yes! Do you know what? It's really nice not having a really long list of things that I've got to do over here. Having chopped it down as much as I have has put a bit of a smile on my face. Right, can I please unlock this? We were so close to doing it before. They're frost breaking that. That means we can open that. That means we can start exploring, find some oil, which will be a permanent source of fuel outside the city. Here we go. What was that then? Something was forced. Machinists demand vote on machine-adjusted shifts. Steward, the machinists have just drafted the machine-adjusted shifts law. Our customary practice would be to hold a vote on it first opportunity, but another group has already been given the right to set the current agenda. The machinists graciously agreed to forego their customary research privilege, but trust you will grant them the agenda in the near future to compensate. You have 15 weeks to grant the machinists the agenda. Okay. And now another thing to think about. Right. I'm going to have to turn this back on because we need to get some materials. The food situation is okay. Disabled. Lack of required deposit. I'm not sure what the problem is there. So we can't upgrade this generator. It won't let us. How on earth do I boost heat other than that then? Perhaps the oil. 1,483 more people live among us. Yeehaw. We're nearly at 10,000. No, we're not. We're nowhere near 10,000. I'm absolutely lying. But we're heading in that general direction before this comes and then another whiteout. So I need to get that oil lickety-split. Logistics district. That has to go there, right? I wonder if there's something I can build, like an extra heat generating something or other. I don't really know what I'm talking about. We could do with an industrial district. Can I build that yet? No. So I just need heat stamps. I've got the people. I haven't got the heat stamps. Okay, heat stamps are coming in because we're growing population. We have plenty of surplus, I think, 46. There is a coal resource there, so we can always grab that, worst case scenario. What is not working here? Disabled due to lack of required deposit. This district is not working. Oh, this entire district is not working. That doesn't make sense. I don't know what that means. Disabled due to lack of required deposit. Well, I've got the materials. So it can't be that. The distracting situation seems really fluid and satisfying. It's unending, that's for damn sure. Technocrats begin protesting. Stewart, the technocrats have been growing skeptical towards the direction you lead the city in. Now they decided to protest, blocking all activity in the district. This city is changing and for the worse. They demand you repeal the heat recycling. But we're all freezing to death. Why would they even say that? They also dislike durable goods, dust, coal mine and bio-waste. Right, if I can improve my relationship with these guys, they'll disperse. So let's just see if I can... Make a promise is dangerous because once you click to make a promise you can't then go back on it. Right, I think this is operational. So the good news is I think we can head to the glacier now because we have, yes, we have enough stuff. Now it's dangerous so they might die, in which case I don't know what the hell we're going to do, but step in the right direction, isn't it? How are we doing? 9,300, but it's going to get really cold really soon, and we've got no way of warming people up. How's the food situation? The food situation is teetering, but okay. Housing is good. Heat is ridiculous. Why is there so little heat? I know the sawmill takes a lot, 120. Turn the sawmill off every now and then, that's not a massive problem. How much coal do we have? Let's see anywhere. Heat stamps. Pause. Coal. Absent. Available. None. That's why it's so cold. Right. Let's expand up here. We'll get access to coal from here and then they can protest all they like. I don't really care then because we've got coal coming in this way. And then we got another whiteout coming and it's a longer one than last time. Good news is we've only got 50 weeks left and then it's all over. They do sound like an unsustainable faction. Beat them into the generator. Ah, Dirk, if only I could. In fact, it may be possible to do that because if I start building... really? Yeah, I'll fund some projects and give you the agenda. How are we doing for heat stamps? We've got hardly any heat stamps again. I was going to say, if I... your playthrough will time out in 50 weeks, thank you. If I... so many things going through my head right now. Just lacking heat stamps. You only get 10 a week, that's rubbish. 50 weeks left, 10 a week, that's 500 coins, that's not much. 72 sick people have recovered and returned to work in the city. Yeehaw. Empty building slots, right. Can I... what I was going to say was... in housing, patrol watchtower. They sort of go and basically beat them up and tell them to stop protesting. If I tell them to. If I give them that go ahead, that's what they'll do. How much is a hospital? 37 heat stamps more than I've got. Got to get this coal. That's got to be my priority. If I don't get the coal, then we're done for. If this was Frostpunk 1 and we had absolute power, those dog fools would be on stakes. Absolutely. I've forgotten about that, really. It's been a long time since I played Frostpunk 1, but yeah. It was a fantastic game. Really challenging. I would argue this maybe is more challenging. I'm kind of liking the direction it's gone in. I don't know if it's better. It's different, but I still really like it. Daniel Ingersoll, 23, maintenance worker, looking out a window. I won't kill myself after all. When I was growing up, I thought that nothing will ever change, no matter where we end up, that everyone dies alone in the end. It's how things are and have ever been. We should be better than that. We should help each other. That's what I think, at least. And I've discovered that I'm not the only one. The city has made steps towards equality cornerstone. Is that a new faction? I wonder how many factions that you can have. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 different factions. Crikey, imagine trying to balance that lot. I'm struggling like hell already. Hunting trip. 7 on anything. They don't like me enough. Glacier. How are we doing? Are we anywhere near the glacier? Where's our guys? I could have sworn there was a little circle with them highlighting where they were or something. You can always get coal from here. It's not a terrible option either. 22 weeks and 1 day left. Oh man, it's going to be freezing before then. Please let me get the coal in place. Oh no, I need 7 more heat stamps. Doesn't really matter what I pick now, we're running out of time desperately. Advanced coal mines. That's going to cost me too much money. I need something that's free or cheap. Filtration towers, what does that do? It's going to cost me 50 coins, I can't afford that. It's got to be free, otherwise I can't do it. New work model. Oh, here we go. Ice Bloods. This harsh world has no place for weakness. We will solely rely on the fittest and strongest workers and push them to achieve their maximum potential. Machines will take over the burden of work from humans. Workplaces will be optimized for machines with worker... Yeah, let's develop that idea. It'll take 7 weeks. That'll cheer them up. Cheer them up, theoretically. Technocrats. What the hell's this? Machine attendance controversy. Steward, our guards have apprehended a researcher named Max Horkheimer. He was caught trying to destroy documents regarding machine attendance. During integration, he said with his research, we opened the gates to insanity and extremity. It should be destroyed, never thought of again. Technocrats call him a lunatic, not to be listened to. They deem this research to be essential for the city's prosperity. What should be done? Oh, the Foragers and Ice Bloods are together. That's weird. They seem to have opposing views, I thought. Maybe I'm getting confused or something. Innovation often comes with disagreement. Let them figure it out. So I'm going to say continue but allow objections. Or I can continue and fire researchers who object. Either way, research speed has decreased, so I'm just going to say carry on. They can protest all they like, but we're still going to do it. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, nearly clicks on the wrong one. Extraction district. Boom, 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 boom. So at least we're going to have coal just in time for the cold snap. "40 weeks remaining, and that is all she wrote." How are we doing out here? Oh man, they're a long way off. That's not going to happen anytime soon, is it? 201 people have frozen to death in the city. Outstanding. That's due to you guys, I'll have you know. If I grant them an agenda, that cheers them up, and then that should... There you go, it's starting to dissipate. So this can open again. Oh, you can actually see the people there, look. This is them protesting. That's one of the changes I'm not so sure about, is like... I used to like seeing the people walking to and from work and seeing, you know, how they were struggling or how they were excelling or whatever. It does feel detached. You can't get in as close, and you certainly can't see individuals anymore. It's kind of gone and feels very different. You're playing Star Sector right now, and this ambience fits very well with your game. Star Sector. I haven't played that. Is it any good? See if I can squeeze a building in there. I don't think I can. We're not making enough dosh. Lack of required deposit. So the food production has stopped as well. But I don't quite know why. Why is that district not working? So we're all going to die because we've got no food. It's a bit irritating. Because that was producing absolutely phenomenal amounts of food for a while. Why on earth has it just stopped? Stabled. Lack of required deposits.
Remember to keep your heat lamp maintained. A healthy heat lamp is a healthy body.
It's a tough old game. It's a tough old game. I don't quite understand it all yet. Adele Snow, age 10, pupil, observing the skies. A petrel. I'm sure it was a petrel. Whatever the hell that is. Anadoni can laugh all he wants. He's a stupid killjoy and I don't want him in my club. Many birds visit our city, but petrels are seabirds. This means that not all of the sea is frozen. Does it? If it liked our city, maybe it will come back. I hope to see the sea someday. The city has made steps towards adaptation cornerstone. Okay. It's equal parts fleet management, role-playing, empire building and war crimes for 15 quid. Star sector. I'll take a look at that. Thanks, Dirk. Take a look and see what I think. See if it's my kind of game. Sounds like it would be. Not complicated. Deep involvement, bit of role play. Oh, we're nearly there, look. We've nearly got to the glacier. If we can get to the glacier, we can get the coal, maybe we can get the oil, and maybe I can tick this little box off here. I don't know how to do any of these things. We've explored 7 out of 50. I've obviously been a bit rubbish about exploring the Frostland territories. It took me a while to understand how it worked, to be fair. And then we hit that cold snap and everybody died. And I kind of couldn't do anything then for a bit. No, bro, seems like it'll be up my alley if I'm into the details and reactivity to player actions. Yes, that sounds like a bit of me. I do like a challenge. I like a challenge and I like a bit of combat as well. Bit of growth, bit of exploration, bit of trade, bit of combat. Good. All good. Right, we're producing decent amounts of heat. But I'm going to have to shut this down. Whoa. So the sawmill is off. And I can't turn these back on. Oh god, no, I don't want to demolish that building. I want to turn it on. Disabled due to controlling district state. Not enough workforce. Right. So we don't have enough people. We have a surplus of housing. Resource deposit is nearly depleted. Yeah, understood. 87 weeks worth of fuel left. Well, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Hang on. Available 0. Requirements 420 by generator. Why are we not... Oh, have I got to put the thing in there? Confused. What do I need to put here? So we're producing 120 coal and 50 heat. And this is producing 50 heat and 300 coal. So we are getting twice as much. Okay, so that's good. Could do emergency shifts. Trust falls a little bit, but at least people will stay warm. Still don't have enough. What are we doing out here? Come on. Change the game. How close? Oh, we've done it. We've done it. Dead automation. This snowcrawler was separated from the main expedition up north by the blizzard and ran out of fuel. Some of the people trapped in it are still inside, frozen solid. We'll give them a proper burial. It was transporting a bunch of generator spares That's what happens when we've been streaming for 4 hours. 4 hours! Man, that time has blown past. It was transporting a bunch of generator spare parts, and its shipping list have a proper destination, Winterhome. Take the resources. That's 5 cores heading back to the city. That's nice. What's this? While scavenging a deserted campsite, we came across a well-preserved diary. A quick skim revealed the author's catalogue of her husband's mental decline since the discovery of Black Fountain, likely an oil seep. Their people had begun increasing their dependence on the substance, and we were looking for its potential medicinal properties. Weird. He was fiercely opposed, and from the sound of it, his opposition wasn't well received. She wrote of a region similar to the one southwest of here, the Sea of Ice. How many things is that going to cost? 10. We can do it. Oh my gosh. We may actually find the oil before we die, before we run out of time. How are we doing? Hey! Oh, hang on. So we're slightly short of heat, and it's going to get colder. So... Is that a whiteout as well? It is. It's a flipping whiteout coming. We still have no food. Can I get any food up here real quick? Food district. That may save our lives, you never know. Running out of time. Moving from coil. Oh gosh. Yeah, I think I'm at the end of my brain capacity now. Moving from coal to oil for power. Yes. So one of the demands over here is to find a permanent source of fuel outside of the city. And I'm assuming that's oil. Not that oil is a permanent source of power, but I assume for one little city, oil is permanent. You think oil is permanent? Okay. Or you agree with me, oil is not permanent, but for one little city, rather than, you know, an entire country, one little city, yeah. Probably one massive oil well would be enough to last pretty much ever. Well, not forever. Nothing's forever, is it? Nothing, I think, is forever. Except for death. That seems to last a long time. Anyway, that's a slightly solemn note. Let's go back to being positive and on the ball. So yeah, I haven't managed to do any of these colonies. I don't even know how to do that, if I'm being totally honest. If you were going to dig on it a little bit, but you make a good point, for one city there's probably effectively infinite oil. I think for the purposes of this game, we should be good. So there's almost enough stuff. Can I get food? Can't do it. I need 320 workforce to do it. What I could do, shut that down. And then I could build that there. And that might then give us enough food to see our way through the whiteout. And this time I'll put the heater on at the right time, not the wrong time. It's going to be a real balance. It's going to be tight, isn't it? Don't know what kills you quicker, the cold or no food. Genuinely, I don't know which would kill you quicker. Which would kill you quicker? I think probably the cold would kill you quicker. Possibly. Depends how cold. Oh god. Promise the technocrat's broken. The technocrats are furious that you broke your word. What did I... Use grant agenda on technocrats. I don't think I blocked it, did I? They just didn't activate it. That's hardly my fault. Right. Put a workforce building in there. That'll increase the number of people we've got, and then maybe I can reopen this coal thing, and then you never know. Right at the very end of this stream, we've got 9 weeks left. I might have enough heat, enough food, enough resources. The only thing we never actually managed to figure out was goods. That's the only thing that I'm still useless at. Completely useless at. Did they bring back those resources? It's difficult to tell, but I think they might have done. So let's have a look at this. Connect to trail. Okay, I'm confused. Can you not just come straight in? Costs not met. That's going to cost me 75 and I've got 65 heat stamps. Okay. I need one more week and I can afford that. Speed up time. Now I can do it. We'll take these resources, we'll connect to trail. Job done. We have 3 weeks remaining. What on earth is that noise? Is that the warning for a whiteout? Okay, so we're going to go to overdrive. Yeah, we're going to lose a lot of people. I don't necessarily know if you can actually get enough warmth to keep people alive during a whiteout or not. Maybe you're always going to lose some people. I don't think we have enough people for that now. But we do have a surplus of food. We have just enough materials. We have enough shelter. So, I mean... And it's week 300. We've done it. We've made it all the way to week 300. That's quite surprising. We're just about to build our first block of flats, effectively. That's this thing. Massive, great big housing block. That's us done. Frostpunk 2. Who knows what the future holds, but for now, it is time, Steward. You have reached the end of the Utopia Builder preview time limit. We encourage you to dive back into the snowy wastes of the Frostland, as the preview holds 2 different endings depending on your playthrough and the decisions you make. Get ready for more exploration, management, factions, and dramatic choices to be made once the game releases on July 25th. 2024. Thank you for playing. Thank you very much. That was good. Guys, let me know your thoughts on that. What do you think of the game overall? From what you've seen, I know this is just a beta and it doesn't represent the full game. Is it good? Is it heading in the right direction? It's very different from my perspective. And the thing is, it's difficult to... When something is different, it's difficult to say whether it's better or worse. I don't think it's better or worse, it's just different. While still feeling slightly the same. I think it's got a lot of potential. Thank you guys, thank you Dirk, thank you Darren. Yeah, living somewhere where it dips down to below minus 41 degrees C, yeah, it probably is the cold that's going to get him first, that's a good point. The district building looks nice. You think it's a clever evolution of the first game? Yeah, I think that's a fair analysis. Following the story without being a clone of the first, gameplay choices that match the narrative. Yeah, and this of course is not the storyline at all. This has, I think they made quite a strong point to make it clear that this is in no way anything to do with the storyline. But the campaign this is nothing to do with the campaign, so to speak. Thank you for playing. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you very much for watching and commenting, guys. I really do genuinely appreciate your time. You think the game needs some quality of life polish on several things, but you personally like the new direction. The first game was annoying for you, being stuck building in a radial pattern. Yeah, I'm glad they've kind of stepped out of that. Yeah, and dealing with predator vision, heat stuff as the main conflict. I enjoy that in this conflict revolves around the factions and the dealing with them whilst trying to keep everyone alive. It definitely adds to the challenge, let's say. Dirk says, what I want to see that will truly influence your perception is player agency and the depth of the story. Yeah, that's going to be key. This is a game that I just pour a drink and watch stuff happen and enjoy whatever story unfolds. Yeah, that's a nice way to play. And you want dark mode too? Yeah. Oh, I meant to have a look. I completely forgot. Let me just see if there is a dark mode. I was running everything on medium high today, by the way, guys. I meant to tell you that as well. So many things I meant to do. Yeah, it doesn't look like there is a dark UI option. But I think that's a really fair and valid criticism, and hopefully if any of the devs happen to be watching this, then hopefully they'll pick up on that and add that to the dev list for release date. They've got a long time between now and release. There's the survey there. Please take a couple of minutes to fill out a survey about your experiences with the Utopia builder preview. It will help us improve the game. What I'll do, guys, is I'll fill out this survey and I'll put all of your thoughts and feedback in there, and then hopefully they'll pick up on it and pick some extra boxes for you guys. It's been awesome. It really doesn't feel like I've been playing for 4 hours. I'm quite shocked at that. It's almost nitpick territory, but for the love of my eyes, please. No, I agree with you, Dirk. I'm in a highly lit room. If I wasn't, that would have been burning my eyeballs out. So I totally agree with you. I really do. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure to showcase this game for you, and hopefully I'll see you again another time, another day, another game perhaps. But thank you for coming and commenting and watching. It's been great. Until next time, take good care of yourselves, keep yourself warm, and I'll see you again soon. Take care. Goodbye for now.